that Sri Lankan government has responded to a stressed vessel and actually recovered all of them and brought them back into the Colombo port in a safe passage. So therefore, it's mixed thoughts at the moment. Sri Lankan people, Sri Lankan politicians, Sri Lankan political analysts, even international media, all are kept in dark. But we hope to have concrete stand of the government very soon, and hopefully today or tomorrow we will exactly know. And only grave concern is that Sri Lanka is a country that depends on many of our imports, exports, many of our transshipments from our ports.
Mr. Fernando, a lack of a clear statement coming in from the Sri Lankan president about the action carried out by United States of America, even though it is in international waters, it's a clear violation. Many would assume that the Sri Lankan president does not want to draw the ire of President Trump. And it seems that because of that, there is no strong statement coming in from the Sri Lankan government.
Well, this is for debate at the moment, and everybody is talking about it because Sri Lanka is a small nation. Sri Lanka is a country that depends on its big brother India, first of all. And also, we do speak with India on many of these occasions, and the angel for all these countries, the smaller countries, would be looking up to India to let us know exactly what we should be doing at this point of hour. And it is our concern that the Sri Lankan government has not yet taken a proper stand on where we should be. But the opposition parties all have come together condemning the UN Charter, the 51, Article 51, breaking that and attacking a sovereign nation. Also, it's worse when it comes to international waters, whether it could happen again in our waters, and how are we going to face this situation in future. So therefore, there is no concrete evidence from the government to say where they stand. But as an opposition parties, we all condemn it, and we stand by our nation as we should have the right to defend ourselves and defend our waters.
One final question, Mr. Fernando. If at all there was an 11-hour delay of giving permission to the Iranian vessel, which perhaps had the Sri Lankan Navy and the Sri Lankan port authorities, had they given the green signal, perhaps the life of those 180 sailors could have been saved. Is the opposition parties in Sri Lanka demanding an answer from the Sri Lankan government about whether at all there was an 11-hour delay?
Well, this is actually a big concern, and also it's a big accusation at the moment. So the main opposition party yesterday in Parliament made that statement, and a senior MP did make that statement. So the government is bound to answer to it, and I hope that there will be an investigation done in it, and proper results will be awaiting all of us, so that we will exactly know what took place, and which is a big concern, because it's out of our waters, but in our economic zone. So if that's the case, this could happen again and again. There will be surcharges on the vessels that's crossing here. So it's going to be a big concern for Sri Lanka. So we are waiting for all the answers from the government.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fernando, for joining us on this broadcast.
And thanks for that quick chat with the former Sri Lankan minister. Now viewers, quickly shifting focus to what's happening back at home in Bengal. Now the Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee is holding massive sit-in protests in Kolkata, and Mamata Banerjee has begun her sit-in protest against the voter roll deletions. She's in fact also alleged that the BJP and the Election Commission are hatching a conspiracy ahead of the Bengal polls. My colleague Harsha joins us live from Ground Zero. Harsha, speak to us about what's happening around. You know, this is a tussle between TMC and the Election Commission that's just growing and swelling more and more. Talk to us about what's ongoing. What can you see around?
Yes, you're right. rightly pointed out, this is the growing tussle between Election Commission of India and Chief Minister Mamta Banerjee, and there's a high voltage drama which we have been seeing since the time the special intensive revision was conducted, in the state of West Bengal. Right now, I'll ask my camera person Partha to show you the visuals of the protest demonstration. This is the indefinite protest which has been called by Chief Minister Mamta Banerjee. The cadre Karyakartas of TMC are here, and on stage we see the Member of Parliament, MLAs and the councillors are seated along with Mamta Banerjee on stage, and Mamta Banerjee has been stating that the assembly election should be postponed till the time the number of electors who are in the logical discrepancies under adjudication, which the number almost 63 lakh. Till the time that process is not completed, the election should not happen in the state of West Bengal. The genuine voters are being deleted continuously. That's what is being alleged by Chief Minister Mamta Banerjee and most of the TMC leaders. But on the other side, the Election Commission in the list which was released on 28th February clearly stated that this is the electoral list which has been prepared by the special observers after going on ground. They did align with the BLOs and BLAs on ground, and the proper list was prepared. In fact, almost 1.5 lakh was included also through Form 6, 6A and Form 8. But right now what we see is that this is the indefinite protest. Right now there are almost 7 crore 4 lakh electors in the SIR list. 63 lakh are under adjudication. The logical discrepancies were registered. But right now the protest which has been called by Mamta Banerjee is at the Escalating East in central Calcutta, which is almost 1.3 kilometers away from the office of the Chief Electoral Commission of the West Bengal. This protest march is being conducted, and as we see that the stage is set, but for how long will Mamta Banerjee sit on the protest? That's not yet decided. She only stated that this is the indefinite protest. But is it day 1, day 3? How long will it continue? That's still not really revealed by the TMC leaders. But right now what we see is that this is the protest which is being staged by Chief Minister herself against the ongoing special intensive revision process. Once again, I'll ask the camera person to show you the visuals. Mamta Banerjee herself on the stage, and also she has stated that 22 people she has called here at the protest site whose name has been deleted from the elector list, who all are the genuine voters of the West Bengal. The name has been intentionally deleted, that she has alleged, and those 22 people will be arriving here at the protest site. This is what she has stated. The ones who are on stage with Mamta Banerjee are MP Dola Sen, Saugata Ray, and also the ministers, councillor and the MLAs of the TMC party. We see more and more people joining here at the protest site. But one thing, that since the election of the West Bengal is gearing nearer and nearer, so as the high voltage drama and the chaos situation in West Bengal, as the Chief Minister has been alleging that there has been wrongful deletion of electors in West Bengal, and the process is wrongfully conducted in the state. So that's the tussle which started in the month of November and still is going on when the final list is yet not declared. The first list was declared, was announced on 20th of February. Supreme Court has clearly stated that the electors will keep on being added to the list of the SIR when the digital discrepancies are out and their pending documents are uploaded.
Right, Harsha, thanks for getting us the details, viewers. We will keep on getting more details. That was my colleague Harsha on ground zero right next to the Chief Minister, who has announced a sit-in protest for an indefinite period. Moving on to some other news that we're tracking at this hour. Now, in a big move that strengthens India's energy and oil reserves, US President Donald Trump has signed a 30-day waiver for Russian oil purchase by India. Now, this comes at a point when the Strait of Hormuz, which is one of the most crucial shipping routes for global oil and gas supply, has been completely blocked by Iranian aggression amid the escalating war in West Asia. However, the Indian government has assured that there will be no rise in prices for now, insulating the economy from shocks. There are more details in the report that comes forward. Take a look.
Iran has claimed control of the Strait of Hormuz, a crucial global shipping route. It has firmly said vessels allied with the US and Israel will be attacked if they attempt to cross the region. While most of the world is now reeling from surging oil prices, India remains resilient. We have a diverse supply chain for energy and do not rely only on the Strait of Hormuz. Our ties with Russia are strong, and so is the oil supply.
Resolution is always through negotiations. The conflict should stop as soon as possible.
How long this conflict is going to continue, sir?
I have no idea. This is a question to the US. We have always been open towards supplying oil.
As per reports, 2 Russian tankers carrying a combined 1.4 million barrels of crude which were bound for East Asia have now diverted to India. The Indian government is rallying to insulate the economy from further expected shocks. As per sources, the government has 50 days of stocks at the ready. Further, they are assuring that there would be no increase in prices. As per government sources, India is in a very comfortable position in energy security and stocks are being replenished every day. India's friendly ties with Russia have proven to be a silver lining once again. Meanwhile, Russian President Vladimir Putin has stated that European leaders have only themselves to blame for their energy situation.
Что касается Европы, то, что происходит сегодня на европейских рынках, это, конечно, прежде всего результат ошибочной политики европейских властей в сфере энергетики. Это злоупотребление зеленой повесткой, это использование всех этих инструментов для внутриполитической деятельности и достижения партийных или каких-то групповых целей. Ничего общего с интересами народов этих стран такая политика не имеет.
While the rest of the world is bracing for unstoppable surge in energy prices for the next few days, India sits comfortably.
Viewers, shifting focus to what's happening in Lebanon. Now, fresh strikes have been reported in the capital city of Beirut. We have the latest visuals that are coming in. In fact, just before this, we showed you residential areas in Beirut that were set on fire. This is the same area. More missiles have now rained down on Lebanon's capital city of Beirut. Look at the large plumes of smoke that are going up in the air. This does not look like a military establishment at all. And these strikes have come in coordination of both Israel and the United States. Look at the visuals on your screens, viewers. In fact, if you have any ambient sounds, you must listen to it. Sirens going off in the background as the city braces for impact. And this is the second one since today morning, a bigger one than the one that we saw before on Republic. We showed you the first visuals of what was happening in Beirut. And now remember, Israel's war is not at a single front. They are not just fighting the enemy, Iran. They are also targeting Hezbollah targets that lie deep inside Lebanon's territories, and these are the latest attacks that have shaken Beirut. Viewers, now that's all that we could pack in this edition of the News Bulletin, but don't go anywhere. We're getting you more updates of the war. In fact, it's a good news for India as a 30-day waiver from the US's side has come in to buy Russian oil amid the rising conflict in West Asia. We're tracking this and a lot more for you only on Republic TV. Stay tuned. Nation first.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, का राजा और प्योर मसाला।
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा सिम MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिम
जीरा सिम असली रिफ्रेशिंग असली स्वाद असली मजा
MDH
U.S. Central Command began Operation Epic Fury at the president's direction. The goal was to dismantle Iran's security structure and remove imminent threats. Targets include command centers, missile facilities, air defenses, and key military infrastructure.
Good afternoon, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking. I am Raktamisha with you, getting in all the latest updates from West Asia and the impact of what's happening across the globe. First, the headlines. Republic reports live from Kabul amid massive anti-Pakistan protests.
And we are very much trying to avoid the spilling over to other areas, and we do our best to do that. And I'm sure that you are hearing false flag operation by Mossad and by Israelis to attack refineries, to attack even Cyprus.
Iranian Deputy Foreign Minister accuses Mossad of carrying out false flag operations in Cyprus. In a big relief, India gets 30-day waiver from US to buy Russian oil amid rising conflict in West Asia.
यह एक abnormal situation है, मैं ऐसा मानता हूं. What I consider as more worrying is the fact that this abnormalcy is becoming the new normal.
Rajnath Singh speaks on the West Asia war, terms it an abnormal situation that is now becoming only normal. Sri Lanka takes control of second Iranian vessel a day after US submarine torpedoes Iris Dana. All right, we have the Aramco's response to Republic on the strike by Iran. Aramco tells Republic that they have adjusted the crude cargo operations to ensure safety. Aramco stresses on the operations being adjusted to ensure service continuity. Aramco says it tells Republic TV that it is temporarily redirecting allocated volumes to Yanbu. So Republic TV has now got a response from Aramco, and this exclusively on Republic TV. Aramco tells Republic that Yanbu is an option for customers unable to enter the Arabian Gulf. And we're going to have more inputs on that and more of a context, because we've seen that how Aramco has been hit by the oil refineries have been hit by Iran. We've seen this Tehran, in fact, we've seen the attack on Saudi's Aramco oil refinery has suffered a strike. And now what we're getting to know is that there have been, of course, concerns raised on the oil supply, especially in context of India, because it is an important supplier to India. As far as the Ras Tanura, one of the largest refineries in West Asia, key artery for Saudi crude and fuel exports. And when it's hit, it's struck by the Iranians. We sought a response from Aramco. We sent in the questions, and now we have a response coming in on this war. And now what we understand is that Aramco tells us that it is temporarily redirecting allocated volumes to Yanbu. They have adjusted crude cargo operations to ensure safety, and that this is being done so as to ensure service continuity, because of course there have been concerns raised. At the same time, another reprieve that has come in is how India is also getting a 30-day waiver to get Russian oil as the war enters its seventh day. So it's been a week, and we continue to track more updates. Aramco tells Republic that continuously assessing conditions aim to resume standard procedures. It also says that adjusted crude cargo operations to prioritize safety, and it also tells us that Yanbu will be the option for customers unable for entering the Arabian Gulf due to the war that's escalating. Operations have been adjusted to ensure service continuity and help ensure reliability. So Aramco, of course, is right now has suffered with the Iranian strike. Ras Tanura oil facility shut down because of the strike. It's the largest refinery in West Asia, and precautionary shutdown has tightened global supply. And but we spoke to Aramco of Saudi, and it tells us that there are options being explored, and that adjusted crude cargo operations to ensure safety. Okay, Ishita joins us on the broadcast for more. Ishita, tell us more details about what Aramco is telling Republic TV and how big a concern the Iranian strikes have been. Ishita.
One of the big oil giants in Saudi was hit in an Iranian attack, and now what we're looking at is Surbi from our team exclusively wrote to them, and they've given us a response how they're rerouting their crude exports through Red Sea. Surbi, take us through the response that Aramco has given to Republic.
Yes. So Ishita, Aramco, one of the largest leading oil giants of Saudi, responded to Republic TV exclusively, stating that Aramco has adjusted the crude cargo operations to prioritize safety, service continuity, and help ensure reliability, temporarily redirecting allocated volumes to Yanbu as an option for customers unable to enter the Arabian Gulf. Aramco further stated that they are committed to supporting and serving customers and are continuously assessing conditions with the aim of resuming standard procedures. So this was the official Aramco response exclusively to Republic TV.
All right, Surbhi, so that's an exclusive response that Republic TV has got from Aramco, which had shut down its operation on temporary basis after an Iranian attack hit the site. And now we're looking at its rerouting its crude exports through Yanbu port in Red Sea. Back to you, Rakshita.
Thanks so much, Ishita, for joining us with those details. In fact, we have some more breaking news at this point in time. The MRPL is operating as what it has been operating. Sources tell us that MRPL will not shut down its supplies. It has ample supplies. It's not going to shut down. So government sources on the import situation right now, oil imports. Now, we are getting India never stop. Okay, this is another big breaking news we have right now. So while US tells about how it's giving a waiver, well, government sources tell us that India never really stopped purchasing oil from Russia. As Trump tries to thump his chest time and again, even ahead of the deal that India has stopped taking Russian oil, well, India never said that ever. And now, as we speak to our government sources, they tell us that India never halted the oil supplies from Russia. And that is the breaking news we have right now. Russian oil imports, of course, key to India, especially in current situation. India has also been one of the top importers from Iran as well, as far as oil is concerned. But now the dependency on Russia only increases. And what we know is that government tells us, the governments also tell us that we never stop purchasing oil from Russia. Senior Executive Editor Abhishek Kapoor joins us on the phone line for more. Abhishek, well, India has always on record, never ever said this, that we have halted the oil supply, while US now says that it's giving a waiver, somewhere sort of insinuating as if we had stopped. But sources tell us that we never halted those supplies from Russia. Abhishek.
Well, waiver is more like a face saver, and why not? If they want it that way, it's so be it. The fact of the matter is, and the records are straight on this, that we never stopped buying Russian oil purchases. And even now it continues. About 20% of our daily requirement, 1 million tons per annum, 1 million metric ton, I beg your pardon, 1 million barrels per day is what's coming in, and that's substantial part of our requirement. And if need be, with this waiver, we can really increase. There was some tapering, remember, Rakshita, from about 2.5, 3 million barrels per day to about 1.05 million barrels per day. Now it has stagnated there for the last couple of months since November. We can always increase that if need be. So as I said, India has always maintained that our stance on oil purchase from the global markets is guided by what is in our national energy security interest, what is in the interest of 1.4 billion people. And in the exercise of that, if we have to make sure that we take sovereign decisions, so we will, and we have continued to do so irrespective of the pulls and pressures of diplomacy, which our diplomatic teams have handled at their level. So I think this is a confirmation of a fact on the ground. While the United States, given the kind of diplomatic headwinds it is facing on the Iran war, the fact that Europe, while paying lip service and homilies, has more or less stayed away from joining action in the Middle East for the United States, or with United States only defended their own interests, is a clear case that there is not a coalition of the willing. There is just United States carrying out this military action along with Israel. So Israel has legitimate security concerns in the region, but not so as much the United States, except for that they want to be seen as the boss of the geography. So having said that, insofar as that waiver is concerned, yes, more than welcome, given the fact that it sort of makes it easier for our oil marketing companies to legitimately buy the Russian oil and continue, and more so in the private sector, to continue to stock and tank up. Remember, there is a massive disruption happening. About 40% of our crude comes from the Strait of Hormuz, and that's sort of dried over the last 1 week. So while our reserves are deep for about 50 days, 25 days of crude and 25 days of oil products, more the merrier in terms of that psychological security benchmark. So in that sense, this clarification coming in from the government sources. A, we are absolutely comfortable in crude supplies and petroleum products situation in the country. We are absolutely comfortable insofar as LPG is concerned, which means the gas cylinders for the poor are not in scarcity, so there should not be no scarcity mongering. And see that Russian oil we have continued to purchase even as we speak, about little more than 1 million barrels per day being bought, and with the US waiver even more so by the private companies. So overall a very comfortable situation despite the headwinds and the troubled Middle East situation insofar as our energy security is concerned.
Right, Abhishek, absolutely. And in fact, of course, this will be having a financial impact, and with the waiver, of course, and as India imports the bulk of its energy needs, we see that higher oil prices could have translated into bigger larger import bill, but the waiver, currently getting us more of relief, limiting pressure on India's import bill as well. So yes, it's important information. Okay, we have Harsh joining us live on the broadcast. Abhishek, I need to know if Abhishek is still with us. All right, so we were just getting you what the government sources have told Republic TV. Government sources tell us oil imports in February were on the rise, and we never stopped buying oil from Russia since 2022. Harsh continues to be with us. Harsh, tell us more details about what the government sources are telling Republic TV.
Well, right, this is from the top government sources that we have confirmed that this information has been received, that despite despite the war situation in the Middle East, India has maintained that they take all their decisions on where to import crude oil and all of the other supplies related to that. In fact, India has continued to maintain that in February, India has imported nearly 20% of its total oil supplies from Russia, and it remains our top importer for the same. And these top government sources have mentioned that India continues to remain in a comfortable position, while all of these LPG refineries here in India have been ordered to produce more and more gas, because if the supplies are hurt by the suppliers, it will directly affect the consumer. However, India has maintained its stance that they are continuing to import oil from the Russian sources, as they have already clearly mentioned that India has never stopped importing Russian oil since 2022. These government sources have also continued to maintain that India is in a comfortable position. There is no need to panic, and they have also mentioned that there are 350 different categories of crude oil, and not all of these crude oils can be sent to all of these refineries, and hence they are prioritizing and non-prioritizing the imports on the basis of availabilities. However, as far as the Strait of Hormuz is considered, the official sources have mentioned that nearly 30% of the supply that India used to receive has been hurt. However, it is being compensated, and India is in a comfortable position, and we have ample of reserve to sustain for a longer period of time as the situation in Middle East intensifies.
Okay, thanks so much, Harsh, for joining us with those details coming in on that story. Meanwhile, viewers, let's take a look at the humanitarian impact also on this conflict. The UNICEF has raised alarms over the rising death toll of children in the ongoing war involving Iran, warning that minors are increasingly paying the price of the escalating conflict. According to the UN agency, nearly 180 children have reportedly been killed in Iran since the latest wave of attacks began, with many more injured. Here's a report.
UNICEF has warned that children are increasingly bearing the cost of the ongoing war in Iran. The agency says nearly 180 children have been killed since the recent escalations began. 168 girls died when a strike hit the Shah-Jeerat Tayyebe Girls' Elementary School in Minab during class hours. Reports say most of the victims were between 7 and 12 years old. UNICEF also says 12 more children were killed in separate incidents at schools across 5 different locations. At least 20 schools and 10 hospitals have reportedly been damaged during the strikes. The deaths come amid intensifying US-Israeli strikes on Iran and Tehran's retaliatory attacks across the region. UNICEF has called on all sides to uphold international law and protect civilians, especially children.
Coming in now, the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, Volker Turk, has called on Afghanistan and Pakistan to immediately end the fighting and resolve their differences through dialogue. Now, Turk says that since the escalation of clashes between the two countries last week, at least 56 Afghan civilians have been killed, 129 others injured, including women and children. According to United Nations information, around 66,000 people have been displaced in Afghanistan as a result of the clashes. Now, Volker Turk also warns that the ongoing crisis is worsening the suffering on civilians and the suffering of civilians, and stressed that both the countries should resolve their disputes through dialogue. So the situation, not just with regards to the Gulf viewers, but also between Afghanistan and Pakistan, as Republic TV has been reporting from Kabul, is showing the kind of tensions that are there on the ground. And Pakistan and Afghanistan need to stop the war, says the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights. Meanwhile, there are protests that we've shown you against Pakistan in Kabul. As you see the visuals of that, clashes enter day 8 in Afghanistan. Operation carried out against a General Command Center of Pakistan Frontier Corps in Kuchlak of Balochistan. Afghanistan also claims that 12 Pakistan checkpoints and military posts have been destroyed in the last 24 hours. In fact, Afghanistan claims that 41 Pakistani soldiers have been killed, 53 Pak soldiers injured in the strikes that were carried out by the Afghan Air Force. This was by the 201st Khalid bin Walid Army Corps carrying out strikes against Pakistan's military in Torkham. And you can see that the tensions are on the rise, and there are anti-Pakistan protests on the streets of Kabul. And my colleague Hashmat has filed this report from Ground Zero in Kabul. Take a look.
Last night, before 7 nights, Pakistani army tried to target Kabul and some other places in Afghanistan, but they can't because the defense system of the Afghan army is within Kabul, Negran, and many big cities, and they targeted more than 10 drones of Pakistani army and before the last few days. They tried for drones and drones, but they can't target like armies and bases, but they targeted civilian people at home in the heart and many people. But last night, unfortunately, we didn't have any casualties, but in some places at the line, a few Talib armies have been killed. The thousands of Afghan people are, they got together and they said about Pakistan, and they said the Pakistan army is connected with America. They trying to target Afghan civilian people, but they say that they are against the Pakistani army and will lead after last week's support, can say about Pakistan. Attack places Lanka, Afghanistan, and we condemn the Pakistani army as operation on civilian people. They say that you see all Good afternoon to all. As you know, that from several days, Pakistani army has targeted civilian pupils and civilians and dual lines and post Solar and Nagahar. Because of this, today, Friday, thousands of Kabul Afghans and people are get together to protest against the Pakistan army regime. They speak about Pakistan regime and they condemn all Pakistani armies that they targeted civilians. I'm in the Kabul city now and reporting for Republic. You know that thousands of people are gathering today, and this in a security position. All the people from the different side of trouble, they come together and they stayed against the Pakistan. And they, that time, that last night, and during lines, the Afghan Taliban army has killed dozens of Pakistani armies, and they decided many checkposts of Pakistani army and host Pakistan and Nagahar.
Let's wrap up this edition, but on the other side of this very short break, we're going to tell you about more details on the waiver from United States, as India gets 30-day waiver from the United States to buy Russian oil amid the rising conflict in West Asia. We'll be right back with more.
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट, स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
يا نحش اللي يشيل الشيعة سرتنا طاح المرتفع.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
يا نعش اللي يشيل الشيعة سرجنا طاح المرتفع.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Republic reports live from Kabul amid massive anti-Pakistan protests.
And we are very much trying to avoid spilling over to other areas, and we do our best to do that. And I'm sure that you are hearing false flag operation by Mossad and by Israelis to attack refineries, to attack even Cyprus.
Iranian Deputy Foreign Minister accuses Mossad of carrying out false flag operations in Cyprus. In a big relief, India gets a 30-day waiver from US to buy Russian oil amid rising conflict in West Asia.
यह एक abnormal situation है, मैं ऐसा मानता हूं. What I consider as more worrying is the fact that this abnormalcy is becoming the new normal.
Defense Minister Rajnath Singh speaks on West Asia war, terms it as an abnormal situation. And Sri Lanka takes control of second Iranian vessel a day after US sub torpedoes Iris Dina. And we're going to begin
4 p.m. with the breaking news that's coming in. Violent protests have erupted in Skardu in Pakistan-occupied Gilgit-Baltistan following Iran's leader Khamenei's assassination in the US-Israeli strikes. Shia demonstrators, mainly from the ethnic Balti community, torched symbols of Pakistani authority, including a UN sub-office, an army public school, police buildings, and a brigade commander's residence, amid outrage over perceived state alignment and forces alignments. Pakistan security forces responded with live fire, initially killing around 13 to 17 protesters, with some reports citing 6 in Skardu and 7 in nearby Gilgit. Now, the ethnic Balti Shia community in Skardu is seeing a major escalation violence by Pakistan forces in POK. 38 Balti Shias have been massacred by the Pakistani forces in Skardu in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. There's violence over the Khamenei killing. There's massacre of Shia Muslims in Skardu, Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. And this is a very clear escalation. Massive and massacre of the Shia Muslims is also there in the Skardu, Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Let me also go across to my colleague, Deputy News Editor Shavan Sen, joining us from our newsroom. Shavan, this is unrest in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. What are you picking up on it?
Well, Rhythm, before I take you through the details of what we are picking up from Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, particularly in Skardu, since the illegal occupation in 1947, this is the biggest escalation that we are looking at right now inside Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. But first, take a look at these exclusive videos that have been accessed by Republic TV, which shows the scale of protests that are taking place in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir and the manner in which the Pakistani army is trying to suppress these protests. I'll come to the details of the brutalities that have been inflicted by the Pakistani army, but first take a look at this video.
And as we stay with those visuals, this is very clearly violence over the Khamenei killing. What is the next anticipated step and protests and violence that you are picking up that will take place now, Shavan, in Pakistan?
Well, in fact, this is just the first set of images that we have put out. In fact, 38 Balti Shia Muslims have been killed by the Pakistani forces. In fact, the local police as well as the paramilitary forces have been deployed by the Pakistani government. In fact, if you closely look at these videos, and in fact, if we can just perhaps raise the notch of this video, you will understand the kind of sloganeering that is taking place, targeting Asim Munir and Shehbaz Sharif. The reason why is because of Pakistan's position on this entire matter. The Shia Muslims, since 1st of March, they've carried out multiple protests, and I'm going to show you the scale of protests that are taking place, because inside Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, particularly in Gilgit-Baltistan, in Skardu, what we have essentially seen is that government installations as well as Pakistani army compounds have all been torched by the Shia Muslims, the ethnic Balti Shia Muslims, who have torched the government offices. Now, this is in response to what they believe has been the action, or rather the inaction of the Pakistani government, particularly not taking a position as far as the assassination of Ayatollah Khamenei is concerned. And that is the reason why there is growing anger right now in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. It's crucial to point out the fact that the reason why there is anger is because the fact in the past you've had the position that was taken by Asim Munir with regards to Pakistan Army's participation in Gaza, and secondly with regards to what is actually happening currently in Iran, with absolutely no voice basically emerging from Pakistan taking on Israel, or for that matter even the American forces. And that is the reason why there is actually growing anger. What we can confirm are the following.
I think Shavan is possibly not able to hear me, so I'm just going to interrupt him for one moment. Lieutenant General D.P. Pandey, we are staying with those pictures and asking a question to you as a strategic affairs security analyst. This is clear violence over Khamenei killing, but this is also clearly the Pakistan state that is massacring its people. There's a major escalation in the violence by Pakistan forces. Where do you think this is headed? Lieutenant General DP Pandey, if you can hear me, sir. Massive escalation by Pakistani forces, several people massacred. Where do you think this is headed now? All right, Shavan, I want to come back to you. I'm sorry for interrupting there. We're clearly seeing, Shavan, these protests are escalating. Demonstrators are raising slogans against the Pakistan's top leadership also. What's going to happen next, Shavan?
Well, I'll give you evidence of how the Pakistani media is basically trying to suppress this, because on 1st of March, they've essentially reported that 13 Balti Shia Muslim protesters were killed in Skardu. The reality is that 17 people were killed. 17 were killed on 1st of March itself. 2nd of March, it seems that the casualties basically increased, and thereafter the reported number of deaths is about 38. This happens to be the worst massacre of the Balti Shia Muslims in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Time and again, there have been multiple protests that have taken place in the past, particularly in the manner that the Pakistani army and the Pakistani government there has been operating, suppressing the rights of the ethnic Muslims there. But having said that, this time there is a massive escalation, because they call this as the hypocrisy of the Pakistani government and the fact that the Pakistani government's duality has basically been exposed by these ethnic Muslims there. And the fact of the matter is that this has been the worst massacre, because in a short while from now, what I'm going to do is going to take you through two sets of images. One of the Pakistani army compounds that have been torched. That will give you a clear idea of the manner in which there has been growing anger. We'll move to the next breaking coming in right now with regards to what has exactly happened on the ground, and also the number of images that we have accessed. One from inside the hospital in Skardu. This happens to be one of the protesters who was brutally assaulted by the Pakistani SSG as well as the paramilitary forces who have been deployed. If we can also move to the next breaking news coming in.
Actually go to what Shavan is saying. The breaking news coming in: ethnic Balti Shia community in Skardu, Gilgit-Baltistan staged large-scale protest expressing the anger and the mourning over the assassination of Khamenei in the joint US-Israeli strikes. Now, the official reports are citing 6 to 7 deaths in Skardu, part of the broader national toll of 20 to 28 from the protests, while the unofficial activist account includes a higher casualty among the Balti Shia protests, highlighting the severe suppression amid the sectarian sensitivities in the area. And Shavan, this becomes extremely crucial as the Pakistan deploys the army, imposes curfew. Clashes are there over the killing of Khamenei, but the curfew that's being imposed in the districts of Gilgit and Skardu in Shingar, where there have been deaths, people are being wounded. It's very clear that the Pakistan's call here and Pakistan army and the Pakistan government's call, the warning they're giving out, not being taken well. Okay, before I come to Shavan, let me also go across to a Pakistani journalist who's now joining us. Let me go across to my guest who's joining us. All right. I wanted to ask you what's been happening there, and I'm just going to introduce you. Give us details about what first is happening there. If my director can just speak with me for a minute. Kulbir. Journalist joining us now, and Kamran Saki, if you can hear me now.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, very good evening. Kamran, I wanted to get a sense from you about what's happening. There's been violence over the Khamenei killing, but we're now being told there's repeated shooting of the Shia protesters. It's escalation, and this violence is also confrontation. The army compound has been torched after the Khamenei killing. It's very clear that the Balti Shias are being massacred by the Pakistani forces in Skardu.
देखिए, ये बदकिस्मती से गिलगित के एक इलाके में पेश आया है वाकया। पहले मैं समझा कि शायद आप कराची का जिक्र कर रहे हैं, लेकिन ये जीबी का वाकया है। इससे पहले भी यहाँ पे कर्फ्यू नाफिज था और आपको याद होगा कि जिस दिन ईरान ने पहला अटैक किया और पाकिस्तान की जानिब से शिया कम्युनिटी जो यहाँ पे बड़ी तादाद में आबाद है पाकिस्तान के मुख्तलिफ हिस्सों में, उन्होंने यूएन के दफ्तर को नुकसान पहुंचाने की कोशिश की थी, जीबी में और कराची में यूएस कॉन्सुलेट को। तो उसके लिए क्योंकि वो लोग हमारे यहाँ पे मेहमान हैं और उनकी अमलाक का तहफ़्फ़ुज़ यकीनन पाकिस्तानी रियासत की जिम्मेदारी है, तो कराची के अंदर बहरहाल पाकिस्तानी आर्मी या पाकिस्तानी अफवाज की नहीं बल्कि उसका ट्रंप भी जिक्र कर चुके हैं कि वो उनकी जो अपनी सिक्योरिटी थी यूएस कॉन्सुलेट कराची की, उनकी फायरिंग से वहाँ पे बदकिस्मती से कुछ पाकिस्तानी जिनका शिया मसलिक से ताल्लुक था वो जाबक हुए और दूसरी जानिब यूएन के ऑफिस को जीबी के अंदर निशाना बनाने की कोशिश की गई, जिसके बाद वहाँ पे कर्फ्यू नाफिज कर दिया गया और गुज़श्ता रोज़ का वाक़या भी बदकिस्मती से पेश आया जब कुछ लोगों ने कर्फ्यू तोड़कर फिर दोबारा कुछ तंसीबात को, आर्मी की तंसीबात को निशाना बनाने की कोशिश की। ताहम उनकी तरफ कोई स्टेट फायरिंग या उस तरह से कुछ मामला नहीं हुआ जैसा कि मीडिया में रिपोर्ट किया जा रहा है, और कोई आर्मी के भी कोई ब्रिगेड लेवल का कोई कमांडर या कोई शख्स जख्मी नहीं हुआ। ताहम कैजुअल्टीज़ ज़रूर रिपोर्ट हुई हैं, कुछ लोगों के ज़ख्मी होने की जो है वो ज़रूर पता चला है, जो तसादुम वहाँ पे हुआ है। ताहम अभी क्योंकि उसके ऊपर जॉइंट इन्वेस्टिगेशन हो रही है उसके ऊपर, तो वो जब सामने आएगी तो यकीनन असल वजह भी इसकी मालूम हो जाएगी। जी।
Niruddham, I'm just going to take you through the details of which are the facilities that have been torched and why the Pakistanis are basically trying to underplay this. In fact, we have a list of 7 places that have been torched so far, and quite significant. First happens to be the Pakistani Army Brigade Commander's office that has been torched. This is the residence in Skardu that has been torched. In fact, this is the same very place. This is the same very office that was actually used by Asim, General Asim earlier. In fact, when he was the Chief of Defence Staff and the Pakistani Army Chief, he had served as the Brigade Commander of Skardu Brigade. The other happens to, on your screens right now, we are going to put out these images. If you can go back full frame with the images of the offices, mess facilities and the residential quarters of Pakistani Army as well as the Northern Light Infantry in Skardu. Their offices have been torched. The Army Public School in Skardu has also been set ablaze. Offices of the Superintendent of Police and Senior Superintendent of Police in Skardu, the Software Technology Park in Skardu, the Green Tourism Office in Skardu and the Office of Special Communication Organization in Skardu. All of it has now been torched. So if you look at the scale of the damage that has been inflicted, it goes on to show the way there is palpable anger on the ground. And the fact of the matter is this, that no matter how much the Pakistanis basically try, it has now come out in the open. In fact, the local media there is trying to suppress this by simply saying that only a handful number of protesters, they have opened fire on the handful number of protesters. But the reality is that at least about 38 ethnic Muslims, Shia Muslims, have now been brutally assaulted. Some, in fact, I'm given to understand 17 people have been shot at point blank. In point blank range, they have been killed. So that is the kind of perhaps suppression that you are essentially seeing of news coming out from the area, and the measures that have essentially been taken by the Pakistani army, the brutality that has been seen, the assault that has been inflicted upon the locals who have been there. So that's a clear idea. Just to give you a sense, Rhythm, the clear manner in which the Pakistani army is basically operating.
देखिए, ये मैंने नहीं कहा आपको, मैं तो ये कह रहा हूँ कि कॉन्फ्लिक्ट बराह रास्त जो है वो
आप कह रहे आपसे एक सीधा सवाल करना चाहूंगा। ये बताइए कि आखिरकार पाकिस्तान आर्मी क्यों छुपाने की कोशिश कर रही है कि करीबन 30 के ऊपर लोगों की मौत हुई है और उसके बावजूद पाकिस्तानी मीडिया इसके बारे में कुछ नहीं कहना चाहती है?
ऐसा हरगिज नहीं है। इतनी बड़ी तादाद के अंदर कैजुअल्टीज हों तो क्या वजह है कि पाकिस्तानी मीडिया उसे रिपोर्ट नहीं करेगा? अभी तक इस तसादुम में जो पिछले कुछ दिनों के अंदर हुए हैं मुख्तलिफ जगह पे एहतजाजात, कुल जो तादाद कन्फर्म हुई है पाकिस्तानी मीडिया को वो 20 की है, लेकिन जो कल का आप जिक्र 40-50 और दर्जनों का कर रहे हैं वो ऐसा कोई वाक़या नहीं हुआ। हाँ, वहाँ पे जो आप दर्जनों ऑफिस का जिक्र कर रहे हैं उनके अंदर आगा खान का ऑफिस है, IT सेंटर है, पुलिस की रेजिडेंसीज हैं, IT मिलिट्री इंस्टॉलेशंस हैं, उनके ऊपर ज़रूर उन्होंने अटैक करने की कोशिश की है। और ये इतनी बड़ा जिसे आप कह रहे हैं कि वहाँ पे प्रोटेस्ट था, वो नहीं है। स्कद्दू को और गिजीबी के इलाकों को समझिए, छोटे छोटे शहर हैं और वहाँ पे चंद लोग भी हों तो
एक मिनट रुक जाइए आपके पास मैं वापस आऊंगा। जनरल डीपी पांडे, आई वांट टू कम टू यू। जनरल डीपी पांडे, Republic Media Network is the only news network in India to have accessed details of what's really happening inside Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Someone who has served as the Chinar Corps commander, someone who has looked into the activities inside Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Today, 38 ethnic Balti Shia Muslims have been massacred. This happens to be one of the worst massacres that we have seen inside Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. General Pandey.
Yeah, Shawan, so firstly, let me correct this thing. There are far more, much worse activities have taken place against the the Baltis and in that region. And more so because they are all basically Shia community. And you understand that it was the Shias are not treated right. In fact, if you are not Sunni in that country, you are a minority and you are not technically a Muslim. And if you look at what happens to Ahmadiyas and Shias, I think one should be very clear that if any protests had taken place, they are likely to be facing danger to their life. But please imagine the condition in POK, in Gilgit-Baltistan, even in Karachi and Lahore, at all places. Nothing will come out in the media, but the fact is the brutality, state-sponsored terrorism against the Shia community is a well-known, established fact. So while Trump may want to take on the responsibility that the people got shot from within, you have to also understand that how were these people allowed into a very, very high security complex? Was it complicity of the police to allow them to get butchered? Or was it sheer incompetence? I don't think so. It was a question of incompetence. A state which is controlled totally by military should have known that areas where U.S. consulate and U.S. people are there, they are going to be the target of the Shia population after the assassination of Khamenei. And I think it's quite deliberate. You will not come to know immediately. There are a large number of human rights violations which are done against the people of POK and Gilgit-Baltistan. And for too long, the stories of Shia persecution has not come into the media because they live in remote areas and nothing much comes out from that location. So, frankly, I'm not totally surprised, having watched Pakistan very closely and what is happening inside. I'm quite certain that this was expected. They were looking for opportunity. It doesn't happen. That why doesn't Sunni mosques get bombed? You always find the Shia mosque getting bombed on Ramadan, during Friday prayers. I think there is a calibrated targeting of the Shia population in Pakistan.
General Pandey, I want you to stay with us because, in fact, we are the only Indian news network. While you're saying, there is an attempt that has largely been made to suppress what is coming out, but here in Republic Media Network, with deep sources, we've been able to pull this out of what is really happening, and we want the world to basically see. This morning, we reported on what's happening in Afghanistan-Pakistan border, and today, what we're doing right now is getting you details of what's happening in Skardu. I want to put out a picture right now. This picture happens to be of one of the protesters. That gives you an idea of the kind of brutality that has been inflicted by the Pakistani army on those peaceful protesters, because there is another set of video that we have accessed which shows that these were peaceful protests that were going on, but despite that there's been indiscriminate firing. I want to understand from you, General Pandey, as to why exactly is this becoming such a big threat right now. We'll put out that picture of the protester who is inside the hospital.
Yeah, so frankly, Sean, this is not a big deal, but the problem is the Pakistani state, which is now actually controlled by a very radical mindset of leadership. And I would not like to call leadership. They are basically the clerics from a particular sect which are controlling this entire country. And therefore, what is happening to the Shia community doesn't surprise and should not surprise the world in that location. In fact, the persecution has been constant and uninterrupted. But this time when the people have come out on the street, and also understand that Pakistan is totally, as of now, confused. Should they go with Israel and America or Saudis, where they have tied themselves into typical alliance. They are people on pay for military, or should they be justified to people's anger and angst which is happening in their country, and allow them to actually take out that anger and this thing. So, it's right now they're under, I think, I'm not totally surprised by what's happening to the Shia people in this country.
General D.P. Pandey, of course, the question is also curfews being imposed in Pakistan. Like Shravan's been telling us, we're staying with that unrest in POK. It's a top focus story right here on Republic TV. There are strict movement restrictions. But what is the way ahead? In fact, my colleague is also giving us some news that's coming in that the president is extremely concerned. The Pakistani president is extremely concerned with what is happening. And he's putting out and giving details condemning this destruction. President Asif Ali Zardari, in fact, is taking note of this law and order situation in Gilgit-Baltistan and Skardu. Violent protests are breaking out there. He's saying there should be peaceful protests, etc. The right words by the Pakistani establishment, but on ground it is the Pakistani forces that are killing these people, and we are seeing the violence and unrest there.
Yeah, so obviously, this happens in all over the world. When the protests are happening, you need to reach out to the community people and try and engage with them. After all, how is it possible that these many people who have to be killed have not happened in Iran? Actually, if you start looking and counting the beans, and you realize that possibly Pakistan has killed more number of Shias anywhere else. In all the bombings in the Gulf, by Iranians, hardly any numbers have been killed, and multiple times of that number have been killed in Pakistan. I think while words may be spoken by President Zardari, who has got a community of Shias as part of their political power in Karachi and that area, but the fact remains that these are all only words. They don't mean anything, because the Pakistani state is structured. We may want them to change. It's very impossible for them to change. They will get after the money. It's possible to allow them to come out, and then this is also a time to take recuse behind this thing. They were protesting against Iranian leaders' death, and therefore we have butchered them. And world will ignore, because world is led by only one country, and about it.
Request you to stay with us. There is also breaking news coming in on the story. We're also now being told a curfew has been imposed in Skardu in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, with strict movement restrictions that have been enforced by the Pakistani army. Reports are also giving out an indication the deployment of Pakistan's Special Services Group, I don't think it's elite at all, signaling heightened security measures are there amid the rising tension. So they're doing everything they can to try and curtail this anger over the killing of Khamenei. There's large-scale protests that are sweeping through multiple Pakistani cities. It's turning violent in several locations. And in fact, 32, we're being told, Pakistani Shia protesters were also shot dead in Karachi. There are lots of people saying Pakistan's largest city is also seeing gatherings of Shias. In fact, on this question, I also want to go across to the Pakistani journalist who's continuing to be with us, Kamran Saki. What is the truth that you can tell us? We're being told there are protests. People are being gutted in the UN office in Skardu at POK. 32 Pakistani Shia protesters have been shot dead. We're also being told that this is in support. Properties are on fire, including the UN sub-office and army public schools. What is happening there?
देखिए, कर्फ्यू तो 4 दिन पहले से जो है वो वहाँ पे लगा हुआ है, ये कोई ब्रेकिंग न्यूज़ नहीं है। दूसरा ये कि लेफ्टिनेंट साहब मुझे एआई जनरेटेड लग रहे हैं। अगर वो वाकई इंडियन आर्मी में रहे होते तो उन्हें पता होता कि यहाँ पे लेफ्टिनेंट जनरल, क्या जनरल्स और कर्नल्स और बहुत सारे लोग अहले तशी मसलक से हैं, जिन्हें ये मिनॉरिटीज़ कह रहे हैं और जिन पर तशद्दुद कह रहे हैं। तो ये बड़ी हायर पोस्ट्स पे, इवन के आईजीज़ लेवल के ऊपर भी, पुलिस में भी, जीबी और मुख्तलिफ जगह पे अहले तशी ग्रुप के लोग रहे हैं। तो
आप एक जवाब दे दीजिए।
Shravan wants to ask you a question and
एक जवाब दे दीजिए। ये कहना सबसे पहले तो आपको कहना चाहूंगा, सुन लीजिए मेरी बात, मुझे बात, अगर आप सुन लीजिए मेरी बात। जनरल ऐसा, मेरे को एक चीज बताइए, आप सवाल उठा रहे हैं जनरल पांडे के ऊपर, जो चिनार कोर कमांडर रह चुके हैं। मैं आपसे सवाल करना चाहूंगा, अगर आप कहते हैं कि सब कुछ इतना अच्छा है, सुन लीजिए मेरी बात, अगर आप ये कह रहे कह रहे हैं तो ये बताइए कि आसिफ मुनीर के खिलाफ और शहबाज शरीफ के खिलाफ क्यों वहां पर लोग प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं, ये बताइए मुझे, क्योंकि आपको मैं दिखा दूं पोस्टर, क्या मैं आपको पोस्टर्स दिखा दूं?
वो उनसे डिमांड कर रहे हैं कि ईरान की जंग का हिस्सा बने, जो पाकिस्तान की फिलहाल फेवर में नहीं है। आप क्यों नहीं जंग का हिस्सा बन जाते? आप ईरान का, तो आपके पास बाहर बंदरगाह क्या कितनी चीजें उन्होंने दी हैं, आप तो बस बड़ा उसे,
आप हमारी फिक्र ना करें, आप हमारी फिक्र ना करें,
दोस्त है,
आप अपनी फिक्र करें, आप अपनी फिक्र करें कि आप गाजा से लेकर ईरान में कहीं ना कहीं
आप उस जंग का हिस्सा बने, तो आपको तो पहले बन जाना चाहिए। आपका तो तेल का बड़ा इन्हिसार उनके ऊपर था, आप तो बंदरगाहें उनसे ले रहे हैं, आप तो उनसे जफियां डाल के मिल रहे हैं।
पहले तो आप अपनी फिक्र कर ले, पहले तो आप अपनी फिक्र कर ले, क्योंकि देखिए
पाकिस्तान को जब जरूरत पड़ेगी
आपको एक सीधा
Lieutenant General DP Pandey, I want to come to you and ask you to answer to Karnan, because what Kamran is trying to say is we need to take a leaf out of Pakistan's book, not realizing that Pakistan itself is trying to interfere in the internal affairs of Iran.
No, I think that's nice of him to have a view, and he can always have a view. But India follows a strategic autonomy. We don't get after with the US or Israel or sign deals with various countries to support. We don't send our soldiers to fight others' wars. And we also don't do that. We will shake hands and we talk about Iran and thereafter, carry out certain actions against them. Their airspace is being used against Iran. Everybody knows, everything is coming out and clear. So, Kamran is totally authorized to defend his own country, and why should he not? And we respect that thing. After all, he can't actually express his views openly on television. Thank you.
General DP Pandey and Kamran, even as there's a very sarcastic smile on your face, I want to tell you this is the behavior and courtesy with which our Lieutenant Generals treat and speak about you. आपको शायद समझ नहीं आया कि उन्होंने अभी क्या कहा। उन्होंने कहा कि आपको हक है अपने देश के बारे में कहने के लिए, बट उन्होंने आपके बारे में कुछ गाली गलौच नहीं की। तो वही तरीके से शवन जो आपसे कह रहे थे, एक कर्फ्यू इम्पोज हुआ है स्कर्दू में, आपकी पाकिस्तानी अथॉरिटीज लोगों को उठा के, शियाज को उठा के मार रही हैं, वो एक चीज रुकनी चाहिए। शवन भी कुछ कहना चाहते हैं।
मैं उनका शुक्रिया अदा करता हूं
point here because I'll stay with the breaking news right now rather than having this rant.
Thank you, Kamran,
really
for
coming in from
yes,
the Pakistanis.
Go ahead, Shaban. Thank you, Kamran, for joining us on the story.
Just to add this point, why there are specific details, while the curfew has once again been reimposed in Skardu, the reason being is that they're essentially looking in a manner to basically control the situation. I'm just given to understand that Pakistan Army's Force Command Northern areas, in fact, there we are being told that leaves are now being cancelled. It's the same formation. It's the same formation that has been closely looked at by the Chief of Defence Staff right now. And the Pakistani Army has once again increased the deployment in the area to control the situation. That's the situation right now as we speak in Skardu, which is only worsening with every passing day.
All right. UNICEF has raised alarms over the rising death toll of children in the ongoing war involving Iran, warning that minors are increasingly paying the price of the escalating conflict. According to the UN agency, 180 children have reportedly been killed in Iran since the latest wave of attacks began, with many more injured. We'll be right.
UNICEF has warned that children are increasingly bearing the cost of the ongoing war in Iran. The agency says nearly 180 children have been killed since the recent escalations began. 168 girls died when a strike hit the Shahjirat Tayyebe Girls' Elementary School in Minab during class hours. Reports say most of the victims were between 7 and 12 years old. UNICEF also says 12 more children were killed in separate incidents at schools across 5 different locations. At least 20 schools and 10 hospitals have reportedly been damaged during the strikes. The deaths come amid intensifying US-Israeli strikes on Iran and Tehran's retaliatory attacks across the region. UNICEF has called on all sides to uphold international law and protect civilians, especially children.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
Now, the Central Command of the United States says that Iranian targets are being decimated by the United States forces, paving the way for continued delivery of overwhelming American military firepower. That's the CENTCOM posting on the social media handles. Iranian targets being decimated by the United States, and they're maintaining overwhelming military edge. That's what has been posted by the CENTCOM, that is the Central Command of the U.S. Armed Forces. American forces. Okay, we have some more breaking news coming in right now. The U.S. has tested the Minuteman III intercontinental ballistic missile. The U.S. Defense Department says that the U.S. Air Force Global Strike Command Airmen conducted an operational test launch of an unarmed Minuteman III intercontinental ballistic missile from Vandenberg Space Force Base in California. And a visual of that, I believe, is running on your screens right now. This is a ballistic missile that has been tested as announced by United States. It's in fact a nuclear capable missile. It's also known as a doomsday missile, and this is the test launch of that. So this is the Minuteman III ICBM that has been tested, intercontinental ballistic missile. So you see America trying to send out a message there with the test launch, and of course the capabilities right now matter more than ever, with this situation only intensifying. This doomsday ballistic missile off the California coast tested by the United States. And meanwhile, we have some more breaking news coming in right now, viewers. Azerbaijan is, okay, so this is a video. Before we get you more news, let us just show you the entire visual. This video that is running fast on Republic TV. You're seeing this fast on Republic TV. The US testing the Minuteman III, or the Doomsday ballistic missile off the California coast. And you just see this test launch recorded from the Vandenberg Space Force Base in California. It's equipped with the 2 test re-entry vehicles as per the US Space Force statement. It's nicknamed the Doomsday Missile, and it's the Minuteman III that can carry warheads up to 20 times more powerful than it's said to be, the warheads can be 20 times more powerful than the atomic bomb. And on Tuesday night, in fact, the Air Force had also launched this unarmed Minuteman III ICBM, the visual of the same now being accessed by Republic TV. And this is the Minuteman III. It's the cornerstone of US's strategic arsenal. It has a range of roughly 6,000 miles, can travel at speeds exceeding 15,000 miles per hour. It can reach targets across continents within minutes. It's an intercontinental ballistic missile, and visual of the same right now on your screens. And of course, a message being sent out by United States. So one of the most destructive weapons being tested. This is America's nuclear arsenal, the Doomsday Missile, or the Minuteman III ICBM, capable of carrying nuclear warheads up to 20 times more powerful than the said to be more powerful than the atomic bomb dropped on Hiroshima. And it is, of course, shows that the catastrophic scale of damage could unleash a bigger conflict, threat of a nuclear conflict. That's what you can understand, the signaling from the United States of America with this test, the Minuteman III intercontinental ballistic missile. Defense expert Major General G.D. Bakshi joins us on the phone line. Former Major General Bakshi, well, this is the Doomsday Missile, the Minuteman III, that has been tested by United States of America. So what is the message being sent out, or you think this is very, very serious?
Hardly. We aren't going to use nuclear weapons, is it? That would be, I thought, the finest armed forces in the world, strongest, etc. And to deal with a country like Iran, we need a nuclear weapon now. I am more amused than I am threatened.
Sir, but this is a very, very, this is an ICBM, sir, and we get to the visual of this. This is something that we see that is only signaling from the United States of America, sir.
Yeah, I suppose the signal is not so much for Iran as it is, I suppose, for China and Russia. But to suggest that this conflict is gone so much out of control that we need a nuclear level escalation, that, I'm afraid, doesn't send a very good message of confidence as far as the conventional operations are concerned, man.
Right. Right, sir. General Bakshi, many thanks for joining us with those details on that story. Viewers, we have some more breaking news coming in right now. Now, Azerbaijan is withdrawing its diplomats from Iran for their safety, as per the foreign minister of the country, Ceyhun Bayramov. He said that a day after Baku said 4 Iranian drones had crossed its border and injured 4 people in Nakhchivan enclave. And now Azerbaijan is withdrawing its envoys from Tehran for the sake of safety. It says a move after Iranian strike. And this is the latest update we're getting in right now. Foreign Minister of Azerbaijan says they're withdrawing envoys from Tehran. And this is the breaking news we have right now. It confirms the diplomat pullout from Tehran amid the strikes and bombardment, of course, escalating. And now we have the update from Azerbaijan. All right, we're shifting focus to other stories now. In a big move, viewers, big move that strengthens India's energy and oil reserves, the US president has signed a 30-day waiver for Russian oil purchases by India. Now, this comes at a point when the Strait of Hormuz, one of the most crucial shipping routes for oil has been blocked by the IRGC amid the escalating war in West Asia. However, the Indian government has assured that there will be no rise in prices for now, insulating the economy from shocks. In fact, government sources also tell us that India had never stopped importing oil from Russia. In fact, in February, it was really on the highest level if you talk about the supply, the imports from Russia. More details in this report.
Iran has claimed control of the Strait of Hormuz, a crucial global shipping route. It has firmly said vessels allied with the US and Israel will be attacked if they attempt to cross the region. While most of the world is now reeling from surging oil prices, India remains resilient. We have a diverse supply chain for energy and do not rely only on the Strait of Hormuz. Our ties with Russia are strong, and so is the oil supply.
Resolution is always through negotiations. The conflict should stop as soon as possible.
How long this conflict is going to continue?
I have no idea. This is a question to the US. We have always been open towards supplying oil.
As per reports, 2 Russian tankers carrying a combined 1.4 million barrels of crude which were bound for East Asia have now diverted to India. The Indian government is rallying to insulate the economy from further expected shocks. As per sources, the government has 50 days of stocks at the ready. Further, they are assuring that there would be no increase in prices. As per government sources, India is in a very comfortable position in energy security and stocks are being replenished every day. India's friendly ties with Russia have proven to be a silver lining once again. Meanwhile, Russian President Vladimir Putin has stated that European leaders have only themselves to blame for their energy situation.
Что касается Европы, то что происходит сегодня на европейских рынках, это, конечно, прежде всего результат ошибочной политики европейских властей в сфере энергетики. Это злоупотребление зеленой повесткой, это использование всех этих инструментов для внутриполитической деятельности и достижения партийных или каких-то групповых целей. Ничего общего с интересами народов этих стран такая политика не имеет.
While the rest of the world is bracing for unstoppable surge in energy prices for the next few days, India sits comfortably.
Now, it's beyond the financial impact that we are now trying to get you more information on. The humanitarian cost of this war is also immense. The UNICEF has raised alarms over the rising death toll of children in the ongoing war involving Iran, warning that minors are increasingly paying the price of the escalation. According to the UN agency, nearly 180 children have been reportedly killed in Iran in the latest wave of attacks. Many more injured. Here's more.
UNICEF has warned that children are increasingly bearing the cost of the ongoing war in Iran. The agency says nearly 180 children have been killed since the recent escalations began. 168 girls died when a strike hit the Shahjirat Tayyebe Girls' Elementary School in Minab during class hours. Reports say most of the victims were between 7 and 12 years old. UNICEF also says 12 more children were killed in separate incidents at schools across 5 different locations. At least 20 schools and 10 hospitals have reportedly been damaged during the strikes. The deaths come amid intensifying US-Israeli strikes on Iran and Tehran's retaliatory attacks across the region. UNICEF has called on all sides to uphold international law and protect civilians, especially children.
News coming in right now. IRGC says that the 22nd wave of Operation True Promise 4 began with a barrage of the Khorramshahr 4, the Khyber and the Fatah missiles targeting the heart of the Israeli-occupied territories. So this 22nd wave of attacks is here, as announced by the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps. And now they've in fact even mentioned about the missiles that have been deployed by the Iranians. In fact, it says that the Khorramshahr 4 has been targeting Israeli locations. In fact, it's a long-range missile, viewers. We talk about the Khorramshahr 4. It's a 1-ton warhead loaded missile, long-range one. And it also mentions of the others that have been launched in this 22nd wave of the attacks. Iran fires the Khorramshahr 4 missile along with the others, as mentioned, the Khyber and the Fatah missiles as well. Meanwhile, Iran has rejected claims of talks with the United States while asserting it will not back down in the ensuing attacks from the United States and Israel alliance. Statements from Iran's ambassador and deputy foreign minister reveal the country is set to hold out the war and resist the aggression till the last soldier. Iran asserts the killing of its supreme and religious leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei is an act of heinous crime and maintains that attacks on oil refineries are false flags carried out by Mossad. We have the full story.
Iranian ambassador to Egypt said that Iran has not requested talks with the US to end the war. He said that meetings are on to elect the new supreme leader and official announcements are expected soon. Iran has asserted it will not back down and called the killing of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei a heinous crime. Iranian ambassador called the attacks a betrayal of the negotiating table and diplomatic solutions of the nuclear issue. The ambassador asserted Iran did not demand talks from the United States, nor will it return to the negotiation table. Meanwhile, Iranian Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs said the priority right now for Iran is to exercise ultimate resistance against the aggressors. The Iranian minister asserted there was no provocation from Iran and the attacks break all international norms. The Iranian minister called the attacks on oil refineries false flag operations by Mossad and claimed to avoid spillover of the war. This comes after US President Donald Trump claimed Iran wanted to talk after the attacks. Iran has launched Operation True Promise 4 in response to the attacks and hit several US and Israeli military camps while suffering heavy damage so far.
All right, viewers, with that, it's a wrap on this edition. But on the other side, we're going to tell you more details on the 30-day waiver from the United States of America for buying Russian oil amid rising conflict in West Asia.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला।
يا نعش اللي يشيل الشيعة سرتنا طاح المرتفع
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
يا نعش اللي يشيل الشيعة، سرتنا طاح المرتفع.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good evening, viewers. You're watching live and breaking, and I am Rakshita Mishra with you. The war is escalating, and we have some more breaking news coming in right now as we speak. The breaking news coming in is how Iran is unleashing its ballistic missiles on Israeli targets, and there you have a visual. We'll just tell you about the location there, but that is a huge plume of smoke that is billowing from a location there. We'll just try and tell you more updates about more information as to where is this visual coming from. Okay, this is Beirut being pounded once again by the Israeli forces as the Lebanese militia, the Houthis, I beg your pardon, the Hezbollah has its targets now being more vulnerable than other, and Beirut again bearing the brunt of having Hezbollah there. Israel now targeting more and more buildings in Beirut. In fact, more than 100 people have been killed in Lebanon as south of Lebanon, as east, and Beirut city has been hit in Israeli strikes. Israel has launched huge strikes against Beirut after it ordered mass evacuation, and you can see the scale of those strikes right now on your screens. The visual coming in from Beirut, residents fleeing Lebanese capital Beirut in panic Ahead of the assaults, amid the assaults on the Hezbollah targets, Tehran continues to launch retaliatory attacks as well. But we have this visual from Beirut. This is the latest. This is the Beirut skyline after Iran launched another attack. Iran uses cluster munition. Iran in fact has launched airstrikes on Beirut after Hezbollah fired the missiles. Hezbollah being a proxy of Iran, a terror group, the Hezbollah, Lebanese Shiite militia, and Hezbollah firing missiles across the border. And we have Israel now launching airstrikes on Beirut yet again, as it has also ordered mass evacuation of the people there. It's an area that has more than 500,000 people. Beirut, the military of Israel had ordered entire population to be evacuated. Massive strikes against the southern suburbs of Beirut, and you see the latest visual. In fact, you see the plumes of smoke. So from the military facilities to the depots, all those belonging to the Hezbollah have been targeted by the targeted in Israeli strikes as we speak. Getting in more visuals from Beirut. In the meantime, we have more breaking news that is from Iran. How Iran is unleashing its ballistic missile arsenal. We'll just get you that breaking news. So it's a video that we are now going to play out, viewers, that shows how Iranian ballistic missiles flying over the West Bank and dropping smaller bomblets which are found inside the missile. In fact, you have more visuals coming in of the cluster munitions with sub-munitions released from an Iranian ballistic missile that was fitted with a cargo warhead. And Israel has accused Iran of using cluster munitions during this war. Israel has used cluster munitions in previous wars in Lebanon. And what we understand, as per the experts, other countries have used cluster munitions, including Russia and Syria. Proponents of banning cluster bombs say that they kill indiscriminately and endanger civilians long after their use. So this is the breaking news we have right now. In fact, reports suggesting how Iran is showering these cluster munitions. As you can see, they look like fireworks of sorts, but it's actually very, very dangerous. This is a cluster munition of a missile, and they are unleashing these sub-munitions from that missile, and this is an entire shower of munitions. That, of course, is very, very dangerous. As we see what happened in Tel Aviv, similar scenes in West Bank. So that's the update we're getting in right now. Okay, so there is more update that we're trying to get you from Iran. We also have a guest joining us live on the broadcast. We have defense expert Major General Sudhakarji joining us. General Sudhakarji, thank you so much once again joining us on Republic TV. So we see this mosaic defense doctrine of Iran at play over here, sir. How does this really make the military more and more resilient if the key command centers are targeted? Also, I want to understand from you this cluster munition that is visible right now upon West Bank and other parts of Israel. How dangerous is this?
Yeah, Rakshita, firstly, thank you for getting me for your show. It is very important to understand the transformation which Iran has gone through in past 8 to 9 months, but particularly from the month of January to 2026. I'm saying 8 to 9 months because the 12-day conflict which took place in June last year, if you count it from thereafter, the late Supreme Leader, he had a series of consultation with his advisory team, and they had gone in to identify, they knew that this assault was coming, and they had started preparing for it. And we need to understand, our viewers should do well to understand that Iran, as such, even today, is a theocratic society. Theocracy means that the religion is deeply entrenched. The Islamic radicalism is down to the root. While it is centralized vertical, the Supreme Leader has got the full control over judiciary, over defense, over the economy. It has got full control over all the industry, everything, virtually. Political leadership, But in what has happened in past 8 months is there is a new format which has been introduced. That format is known as mosaic defense. It was talked about amongst very close coterie, but it came into being in the month of January because they started suspecting that this attack was imminent. Why they started suspecting? 13th of January 2026, there was a very important meeting in the White House where the Tulsi Gabbard and Pete Hegseth and Marco Rubio and host of other very senior officials were present. They gave a full presentation to Donald Trump, trying to convince him that Iran did not pose any kind of threat against USA. Therefore, plans to attack Iran should be dropped and they should focus on the ongoing conflict and the domestic issues. Somehow, while he agreed to this, but within a couple of days, the Jewish lobby being what it is the strongest lobby in USA. They had a greater sway and say. And maybe it is because of that he got swayed and he got drifted and the things changed so rapidly. There was a impromptu target which was available from the CIA and both the parties, two different operations were independently launched with different names. Israel and USA. One was Epic Fury, the other one, most of us know that, and they carried out the attack that knocked off the supreme leader and 49 senior leaders. So before that, what had happened was this mosaic defense had been introduced. What it meant was, earlier, the defense of entire Iran is to be centrally controlled by the IRGC, that is the Iranian Islamic Revolution Guard. When I say IRGC, they are the supporting paramilitary force. You will find in Wikipedia, Google and all saying they have a strength of 1.25 lakh to 1,90,000. Actually, the strength goes beyond 2,50,000. And they are always in a habit of playing down the figures. Yeah. So that is what it is. And IRGC has got a huge force. Rakshita, you must keep in mind, that force is known as Baji's force. Baji's force, on paper, you'll find 9 lakh. But actually on ground, there are more than 20 million. They are trained in tactics, they are trained in weapons, weapon handling. They know small team concept, they know insurgency and terrorist activities, host of other things. They are expert in cyber security, expert in electromagnetic spectrum. That is the kind of capability they have. In addition, they have the Iran army, which is around 6 lakhs or more. They have got a reservist force of 2,60,000. They have got navy, those small in size, and the Air Force. So they got decentralized. The 31 provinces of Iran, they have got grouped into 5 different zones or theaters. You call them by any name. Each of the zone or theater has got a theater commander or a supreme commander of that particular zone. He's at liberty to take a final call and fight till the end. That is the kind of delegation of authority which has taken place. And besides that, if you have time, do come back to me. I'll explain about the cluster bomb as also the surge capacity. People haven't understood the meaning of surge capacity, why Iran today is endowed and is gifted with a huge surge superiority. It can actually produce n number of kamikaze drones, which even Israel and America cannot think of. Back to you, please.
Right, sir. Major General Sudhakarji, just requesting you to stay on with us. We have some more breaking news coming in. The Israeli Defense Forces are releasing a footage of the strike on Ali Khamenei's underground military bunker. It's a fresh visual that we understand is being released from the Israeli Defense Forces. Now, the IDF had dismantled Khamenei's underground military bunker beneath the Iranian leadership compound, and you just see the video we're going to play out. So this was a strike on the underground bunker where a meeting was going on. Now the former Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei was taken out, struck there. The underground bunker was destroyed. Here's a view. Here's a footage that has been released by the Israeli Defense Forces. In fact, IAF, that is Israeli Air Force fighter jets, had dropped around 100 bombs on the site. IDF says was located under Iran's leadership complex in Tehran, spreading across multiple streets and including many entry points. And there were many senior members of the Iranian regime that were meeting out there in that underground bunker. And now we see that strike. Major General Sudhakarji, we are getting in this. The Israel Defense Forces continue to, share these visuals now. What do you have to say if you can see that video, Ali Khamenei's underground bunker, the way it was destroyed, and how the fighter jets had dropped around 100 bombs. There's a lot of we speak about the intel. We speak a lot about how it was done. Sir, what are your views on this strike?
Yeah. It's a very perfect, I would say, you have brought up a very important issue, and this is underground bunker. Now, there is a couple of new strategies which were undertaken by Iran in past 8 months. One of the strategy was strategy of endurance. The strategy of endurance, actually, it had some subdivisions. One of them happened to be the strategy of dispersion of leadership, dispersion of infrastructure, defense industry lineup, dispersion of number of places where the manufacturing of this small cheap variety of kamikaze drones are taking place. In one day they are able to produce something close to 400 to 1,000 drones. That is the kind of capability under conflict condition. They can go up to 10,000 to 12,000 drones per month. That is the surge capacity of Iran. So when you talk about this underground bunker, it was not one of its kind. There are many such kind of bunkers which have been built. I don't know how they managed to create, because the strategy of endurance is based on the paradigm that it's like two typical boxers. The stronger person, he takes the initial beating and he's roughed up nice and properly. He waits till the assailant or the aggressor gets tired, exhausted of all its resources. That is what precisely happening today. The Gerald Ford and Abraham Lincoln, they have got the fleets actually giving them protection. These fleets, they have like the destroyers, they have the submarines. They are the ones who have got the frigates. They have got the interceptors. When we talk about the Iron Dome is basically based on a concept of air defense weapon system, and these air defense weapon systems become effective only with the application of an interceptor. Development or manufacturing of one interceptor takes anything between 1.5 to 4 years, depending on the potential that it is expected to address against the oncoming missile. Today, as per the statistics, on 28th of February, the north and the southeastern portion of American Armada, they had just about 600 interceptors.
Okay.
Interceptors are far and few. It takes time. Cost of one interceptor or one missile is $4 million. That is the bottom line I'm talking of. One missile is not required. You require more than 2 to 3 missiles or interceptor to neutralize one cheap variety of drone, which is costing around 20,000. You can well imagine the cost multiplication. If one drone is $20,000 and one missile or interceptor is costing $4 million, it is 200 times. And multiply by that with 3 or 4, number of them have to be fired to neutralize one drone. You can well imagine what is the cost multiplication required and the time required to fetch all the way from the mainland of USA. Manufacturing time, as on today, they have already projected a demand which is 4 to 5 times more than the conflict rate which is required in the Middle East. Back to you, Rakshita.
Right, thank you so much, Major General Sudhakar, for joining us on Republic TV with your reading of the situation. Now, shifting focus, viewers, to the other inputs that we're getting in for you. In fact, we had an exclusive conversation with Israeli envoy to India, Reuven Nazar. My colleague and senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor spoke to him. Take a listen in.
We are being joined in this broadcast by Israel's ambassador to New Delhi, Reuven Nazar. Very good noon, Ambassador Azhar, and thank you so much for joining us in this broadcast. My first question to you, the last you came on a broadcast with us was about 3-4 days back. Are you closer to achieving your military objectives in the 5-6 days that have passed since?
Absolutely. We have hit very hard the capability of the Iranians to fire ballistic missiles, of about 80%. We have, together with the United States, obliterated a large part of the Iranians' regime military capabilities, but it continues. We still have a way to go, and this operation can take several weeks.
All right. Were you surprised with the manner in which Iran expanded the scope of its missile and drone attacks across the region and not just limiting them to Israel like the last year's 12 days war?
We were assessing that they might want to escalate into a regional kind of war, and they indeed attacked 12 countries with no reason whatsoever, including attacks against civilian targets around the region and in Israel itself. They are aiming at civilian targets very massively.
Right, and you mentioned that many of, almost 80% of your military objectives are achieved. In fact, just a while back, we had statements coming in from the Pentagon that 90% of Iranian missile capacity stands decimated, or rather 90% reduction in Iranian missile attacks. Are we then looking at tapering off of this round of war with Iran?
Well, it's not the same. The fact that we are concentrating on effort, you know, at the beginning we concentrated the effort against the regime's air defenses, then the Air Force, the Navy, and the ballistic missile capability, because that is creating the hardest damage on civilian targets. Now, there are many other targets. There are military targets, and there are targets of this regime that is oppressing the Iranian people. What the United States and Israel want to do is to create a situation in which the Iranian regime that has been oppressing their own people for the last few decades and also terrorizing the region in many ways and creating weapons of mass destruction, that this regime will be weakened so the Iranian people can embrace the moment and try to bring a change in the regime or a change of the regime, because we don't want to engage ourselves again in a few months or a few years in another military operation. So it is very clear that despite the fact that you know, in negotiations and also through military means, we've been projecting to the regime that will be a hard price for them if they continue their policy. They have continued their policy. And therefore now the military operation is much harsher, it will take more time, and it's intended to change the reality in our region.
Oh, that's a significant statement coming in from you, Ambassador Azhar. What you're suggesting is that, if anything, this is going to be a long, drawn-out affair, that you are striking deep and hard. You have upped the game in terms of attacks, because the ultimate objective is to make sure that the present regime does not stay there.
Absolutely. You know, there are two phases here. The first concentration of Israel is to neutralize the existential threats against our country. As you remember very well, Abhishek, the Iranian regime has stated time and again that it wants to annihilate us, that wants to exterminate the state of Israel, that even had a placard in one of the places in Tehran that was counting the time of Israel's existence back. And they had 2 or even 3 programs to implement that: the military nuclear program, the ballistic missile program, and the support for the terror proxies. This was a regime that was actually taking over 4 Arab countries, and thanks to the efforts of Israel in the last 2 years, we have debilitated the regime, but not enough to the extent that it will neutralize the existential threats. They were on a pace to create immunity for these programs by burying them so deep into the ground that even the American forces won't be able to obliterate them. So now we acted before it's too late. And by doing that, we are not only defending ourselves, but we are defending the entire region.
Okay, just a couple of tough questions, Ambassador, if you could take them. First up, the IAEA says in the latest report that they do not believe that Iran was any closer to getting a nuclear bomb. So, I mean, how would the United States and Israel together respond to that?
Well, as I said earlier, people have to pay attention. We are not claiming that the Iranians right now were weeks from producing a nuclear weapon. What we are saying is that the Iranians have embarked in a program to move all the capabilities into locations deep underground that would allow them a process of reconstituting all these weapons of mass destruction without any possibility for us or the Americans to intervene. And that's why we had to take action now, okay? So what we did is not actually in contradiction to what the IAEA is claiming.
All right. My second question is, Ambassador Azhar, if regime change is the objective or was the objective, then we are not seeing that happening on the ground in terms of really people coming out and hitting the streets, taking down the present government and its symbols. So we are not seeing any kind of a counter-revolution or protest happening. And it's not just about us. For example, CNN, the American news station, they have sent a team, and their reports suggest that on the ground it seems everyone is just going around or going on with their life, and that there is no suggestion of any counter revolution to the effect that people are going to come out and take the regime off.
Well, first of all, now we are in the midst of a military operation to obliterate military targets, and it's only natural that people will stay put in their homes, because nobody wants to put himself in harm's way, and this is not our intention. The question is what is going to happen after we finish the phase of intensive military action. Whether at that point there will be some change coming from the Iranian people. We don't know that. We hope it will happen. We do not intend to invade Iran to make it happen ourselves. We are just giving an opportunity for the Iranian people to embrace this moment and get rid of this oppressive regime that has been killing them in the tens of thousands only a few weeks back. So I think it is in the interest of the regime right now to signal that everything is as usual. Things are not as usual in Iran, believe me, even if you hear it at CNN. It's not the case. I think people are waiting to see what are going to be the results of our operation, and then they are going to make a decision whether they want to engage again against this murderous regime, because, you know, it's not easy to do. When millions of people came out of the streets only a few weeks back, these oppressors didn't blink even, and they killed tens of thousands of them at blank point. So it's not easy to make a revolution or to come with demands to people that are murderers, okay? It's very difficult. I don't envy the Iranian people. I think that they're in a very difficult moment in their history. But now, the United States and Israel are giving them a chance.
Now, this weekend on Legends, we bring you an extraordinary conversation with one of India's greatest sporting icons, the man who changed the story of Indian football. Bhaichung Bhutia, from the hills of Sikkim to the biggest football arenas in Asia, his journey is one of grit, courage and relentless belief. A trailblazer who carried the hopes of 1 billion fans, Bhutia became the face of Indian football and inspired an entire generation. In conversation with Arnab Goswami, the football legend reflects on his journey, defining moments and the future of the sport in India. This is Legends with Bhaichung Bhutia. Don't miss it this weekend, only on Republic. And on the other side, we get you the latest on the 30-day waiver from US to buy Russian oil amid rising conflict in West Asia. We'll get you more on that. Stay tuned.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है?
अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा और प्योर मसाला।
बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा सिर्फ असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
يا نعش اللي يشيل الشيعة سرتنا طاح المرتفع.
So now this weekend on Legends, we bring you an extraordinary conversation with one of India's greatest sporting icons, the man who changed the story of Indian football, Bhaichung Bhutia. From the hills of Sikkim to the biggest football arenas in Asia, his journey is one of grit, courage and relentless belief. A trailblazer who carried the hopes of 1 billion fans, Bhutia became the face of Indian football and inspired an entire generation. In conversation with Arnab Goswami, the football legend reflects on his journey, defining moments and the future of the sport in India. This is Legends with Bhaichung Bhutia. Don't miss it this weekend only on Republic TV. Time for the headlines. Republic reports live from Republic report live from Kabul amid massive anti-Pakistan protests. Iranian Deputy Foreign Minister accuses the Mossad of carrying out false flag operations in Cyprus. In a big relief, India gets 30-day waiver from US to buy Russian oil amid the rising conflict in West Asia.
एक abnormal situation है, मैं ऐसा मानता हूँ. What I consider as more worrying is the fact that this abnormalcy is becoming the new normal.
Defense Minister Rajnath Singh speaks on West Asia war, terms it an abnormal situation. And Sri Lanka takes control of second Iranian vessel a day after the US submarine torpedoes the Iris Dina.
destruction in Beirut's southern suburbs after consecutive waves of Israeli airstrikes on Hezbollah targets in Beirut's southern suburbs have been seen since last night. This is the breaking news that's coming in that we are staying with. These are the scenes of destruction. Iranian launches are down in Israel. Russian oil, they are saying, in India is to the rescue. These are some of the headlines I'm reading. But right now I'm staying with these pictures that are coming in from Beirut, where we are seeing destruction after waves of Israeli airstrikes on Hezbollah targets. And this was something that was expected after Hezbollah had earlier itself joined the fight with Iran. Hezbollah's stronghold in Beirut had been stuck. We can see that trail of destruction. We've also seen Lebanon's Nabatea reduced to rubble. Hezbollah's stronghold in Beirut has been struck by Israel. And viewers, we're staying with that fresh footage showing the scale of damage across Beirut's Dahiyeh suburb following a night of persistent Israeli airstrikes. We've also seen earlier, this is the pictures of the multi-story home that was destroyed. Homes have been hit. Also, Beirut's southern suburbs come under very heavy Israeli bombardment. And this is another retaliation. We are seeing Israeli fighter jets have also bombed the Abu Talib Street in the Dahiyeh district of Beirut. We are seeing things are getting extremely heavy. Israel has dropped another urgent evacuation warning for Hazre Harak in southern Beirut. Hezbollah stronghold buildings have been marked that are going to be hit very hard. And this was something that was said earlier also. Now this footage is also coming in showing massive destruction in Beirut's southern suburbs after the Israeli airstrikes. Entire buildings have been torched. Flames are swallowing the sky. And this is what we are seeing is coming in as heavy airstrikes on the Hezbollah-controlled southern suburbs of Beirut are coming in. Residents had been ordered to leave. Iran-backed groups warning Israelis to leave town were also seen there. Airstrikes have also been happening night and day. In Beirut, half the city was under an Israeli evacuation order. Thousands had fled. Right before these blasts and these pictures that are coming in, we're telling you that there was a flight left, partially open airport in the background could be seen. Now, plumes of smoke can also be seen across the city after Israel had targeted the explosion of Hezbollah's communication devices. There were two massive Israeli airstrikes that were also seen, and this is also right now the aftermath of the strike can be seen. On the cameras, you can see the trail of destruction in Beirut. Lebanon's Nabatea reduced to rubble, and Hezbollah's stronghold in Beirut has been struck. Iran has meanwhile launched Khorramshahr 4, Khyber and Fataha missiles in the 22nd wave of Operation True Promise. Iran fired missiles in a retaliatory strike against US and Israeli targets. This is the big news coming in that Israel has now fired missiles, Khyber, Fataha missiles. And viewers, this is coming as Iran has said that it is going to be continuing in Operation True Promise, as it calls. Let me also tell you, Iran has used these new missiles that it had called, these are missiles of the Islamic Revolutionary Corps, and Iran is going to be responding to the American missiles. We're getting to know that Iran is going to be using these missiles. Operation True Promise 4 is what it's talking about. And even as the US, Israel, unrelenting in the strikes, we're also seeing an attack coming in from Iran. Triple threat from Iran's most advanced missiles that is roaring to life now. This is the Khorramshahr 4, Khyber and Fataha. They were launched in the 22nd wave of Operation Wade 4 is what we are now being told. And this is the latest information that we're getting about these three new most advanced missiles of Iran that have now roared to life. Iran has put them into action. Iran has rejected claim of talks with the United States while asserting it will not back down in the ensuing attacks from US-Israel alliance. Statements of US are coming in from Iran's ambassador, deputy foreign minister, revealing the country is set to hold out the war and resist the aggression till the last soldier. Iran is asserting the killing of its supreme leader and religious leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei is an act of heinous crime. They maintain that attack on oil refineries are false flags carried out by Mossad. We get you the full story.
Iranian ambassador to Egypt said that Iran has not requested talks with the US to end the war. He said that meetings are on to elect the new supreme leader and official announcements are expected soon. Iran has asserted it will not back down and called the killing of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei a heinous crime. Iranian ambassador called the attacks a betrayal of the negotiating table and diplomatic solutions of the nuclear issue. The ambassador asserted Iran did not demand talks from the United States, nor will it return to the negotiation table. Meanwhile, Iranian Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs said the priority right now for Iran is to exercise ultimate resistance against the aggressors. The Iranian minister asserted there was no provocation from Iran and the attacks break all international norms. The Iranian minister called the attacks on oil refineries false flag operations by Mossad and claimed to avoid spillover of the war. This comes after US President Donald Trump claimed Iran wanted to talk after the attacks. Iran has launched Operation True Promise 4 in response to the attacks and hit several US and Israeli military camps while suffering heavy damage so far.
Mumbai Seafarer Dikshit Solanki was killed in missile strike on oil tanker in Strait of Hormuz. Father of Dikshit Solanki speaks to Republic. He is pleading to the government of India for help bringing the mortal remains of his son back to India.
देखो ये छुट्टी पे थे इमरजेंसी केस है फिर भी वो लोग ये बोल रहे हैं कि हम छुट्टी पे थे तभी आप एक्टिव हो गए रिक्स क्यों में आना मांगता था वो उधर मेरे को ये पता चला कि ये लोग केयरलेस जैसा बात किया फिर जो रेस्क्यू में गए थे वो उसको बुलाया 3-4 आदमी रेस्क्यू में गए थे उसमें चीफ इंजीनियर चीफ ऑफिसर इलेक्ट्रिशियन और ओएस था मैंने आप लोग ने क्या देखा तो वो उसने ये बताया कि जब ब्लास्ट हुआ तभी हम लोग 4 आदमी इंजन रूम में थे डिक्सिट के साथ और वो उसका ड्यूटी के वेलर है वो ड्यूटी के हिसाब से वो रीडिंग लिखने को सब जगह पे जाता है हर एक टैंक का ऑयल का जो भी है पानी का तो उसने मैं पूछा कि ये किस जगह पे हुआ तो बोलता कंट्रोल रूम की जगह से हुआ मेरे को वो बताया ऊपर में होता हो उसके बाद में मैं बोला होने के बाद क्या हुआ बोलता हम लोग 3 आदमी तो ऊपर इमरजेंसी स्केप से निकल गए तो कोई भी जाएगा लेकिन वो टाइम पे डिक्सिट का क्या हुआ वो किसी को पता नहीं ऊपर पे जाके मास्टर या जो भी हेड है उसने हेड काउंट किया कि भाई कितने लोग है इधर प्रेजेंट में तो उसमें एक आदमी मिसिंग था मिसिंग होने के बाद वो लोग बोलते हैं कि हमने रेस्क्यू किया कि ऊपर टॉप से बॉटम तक सबको देखा कि दीक्षित कहाँ है कोशिश की 100% की होगी उसके बाद में इंजन रूम में अभी बचा इंजन रूम जहाँ वो काम कर रहा था अंदाजा तो वही था तो वो इंजन रूम में रेस्क्यू करने के बहुत ढूंढा तभी मैं समझ गया कि एक्सप्लोजन में मेरे लड़के को कुछ हो गया है इसलिए लोग को नहीं मरा फिर वो लोग बोलता है कि ढूंढते हम लोग बहुत कोशिश किया ऑयल गिर रहा था ऑयल एक्सप्लोजन हो गया था पूरा इंजन रूम फ्लडिंग हो गया था बोलता है सेकंड मैनेजर गया ढूंढते ऐसा गया कि कॉर्नर में ऊपर चढ़ के देखा तो अंदर में बॉडी पड़ा हुआ था तो मैं बोला बॉडी पड़ा था तो कि वो बॉडी एक्सप्लोज नहीं हुआ था बोलता नहीं हुआ था इतना जोर तो मैंने अंदाजे से ये बोल रहा हूँ कि ये क्या बोल रहे हैं लोग। फिर बोलते हैं हम लोग को वो फंसा हुआ था, निकलने की कोशिश किया, आधा 1 मीटर लिया भी ऊपर। अभी मेरा बॉडी था खाली। ये तो बॉडी की बात हो रही है, लेकिन असलियत बात तो बम ब्लास्ट आपके सामने होगा, आपका रबर का बॉडी रहेगा क्या? मेटल को उड़ा दिया, कचरा कर दिया, तो बॉडी रहेगा क्या?
Terribly unfortunate scenes there. Now, let's also bring you an exclusive report from an Israeli shelter at an underground subway station in Tel Aviv.
I'm here at the biggest station, underground station of the light railway in Tel Aviv. At any time, this place is full of commuters rushing to their trains, rushing to their businesses. As you can see now, it is completely different. People here putting mattresses, spending days and nights here. The advantage, of course, is that people, once they're here, don't have to rush to shelters, don't have to rush to safe rooms once there's a siren, meaning that as opposed to most people who are not here, they can actually get a decent night's sleep, meaning they do not have to wake up every 2 or 3 hours to sirens. So plenty of people there, and here on the other side as well. This is the reality here. As strange as it may sound, as crazy as it may look, I say again, this is the biggest station of the light railway in Tel Aviv. I say again, in regular times we would have thousands of people passing by this place every hour, every minute even. Now it's different. Mattresses, people spending days here, people spending nights here. A crazy reality happening in this place. It is true that there are some easiness in regulations of the Home Front Command as of this morning, but still people are choosing to spend their days here, to spend the nights here, as you never know when the next siren will sound. These are not homeless people here at this place. These are people coming to spend their days and the nights here. Instead of rushing to shelter when the sirens sound, they're here, safe, underground. A crazy reality here in Tel Aviv and in the rest of the state of Israel.
In a big move that strengthens India's energy and oil reserves, US President Donald Trump has signed a 30-day waiver for Russian oil purchases by India. This comes at a point when the Strait of Hormuz, one of the most crucial shipping routes for oil, had been blocked by the IRGC and the escalating war in West Asia. However, the Indian government is assured there will be no rise in prices, insulating the economy from shocks.
Iran has claimed control of the Strait of Hormuz, a crucial global shipping route. It has firmly said vessels allied with the US and Israel will be attacked if they attempt to cross the region. While most of the world is now reeling from surging oil prices, India remains resilient. We have a diverse supply chain for energy and do not rely only on the Strait of Hormuz. Our ties with Russia are strong, and so is the oil supply.
Resolution is always through negotiations. The conflict should stop as soon as possible.
How long this conflict is going to continue, sir? How long?
I have no idea. This is a question to the U.S. We have always been open towards supplying oil.
As per reports, 2 Russian tankers carrying a combined 1.4 million barrels of crude which were bound for East Asia have now diverted to India. The Indian government is rallying to insulate the economy from further expected shocks. As per sources, the government has 50 days of stocks at the ready. Further, they are assuring that there would be no increase in prices. As per government sources, India is in a very comfortable position in energy security and stocks are being replenished every day. India's friendly ties with Russia have proven to be a silver lining once again. Meanwhile, Russian President Vladimir Putin has stated that European leaders have only themselves to blame for their energy situation.
Что касается Европы, то, что происходит сегодня на европейских рынках, это, конечно, прежде всего результат ошибочной политики европейских властей в сфере энергетики. Это злоупотребление зеленой повесткой, это использование всех этих инструментов для внутриполитической деятельности и достижения партийных или каких-то групповых целей. Ничего общего с интересами народов этих стран такая политика не имеет.
While the rest of the world is bracing for unstoppable surge in energy prices for the next few days, India sits comfortably.
UNICEF has also raised the alarm over the rising death toll of children in the ongoing war involving Iran, warning that minors are increasingly paying the price of the escalating conflict. According to the UN agency, 180 children have been killed in this war since the latest wave of attacks began, with many more injured.
UNICEF has warned that children are increasingly bearing the cost of the ongoing war in Iran. The agency says nearly 180 children have been killed since the recent escalations began. 168 girls died when a strike hit the Shah Jirat Tayyebe Girls' Elementary School in Minab during class hours. Reports say most of the victims were between 7 and 12 years old. UNICEF also says 12 more children were killed in separate incidents at schools across 5 different locations. At least 20 schools and 10 hospitals have reportedly been damaged during the strikes. The deaths come amid intensifying US-Israeli strikes on Iran and Iran's retaliatory attacks across the region. UNICEF has called on all sides to uphold international law and protect civilians, especially children.
And the Iranian president has now claimed some nations have begun mediation efforts. That's the big breaking news that's coming in. The Iranian president is now stating that mediation efforts have begun. This is the latest development that's coming in. Mediation is what is being stated is being done by certain countries. Iranian president has made this claim. Iranian president is claiming mediation efforts have begun, and he has said that some countries have begun these efforts to end the war with US and Israel, but he says any talk should address those who started the war. This is the big breaking news as Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian has now come out and said some countries have begun the mediation efforts. But he says, let's be very clear, we're committed to lasting peace in the region, and yet we have no hesitation in defending our nation's dignity and sovereignty. Mediation should address those underestimated, the Iranian people, and those who ignited the conflict. This is the news that's coming in And this is what he has now stated. This is the breaking news coming in. He says any talk should be addressing that. The Iranian president has now spoken, and he has said that if there are any people who want to speak on the mediation, then they also have to realize that they did not begin the war, and any efforts that are there on this particular process should also realize that the other side will have to sit down. They're saying we were only defending our nation's dignity and sovereignty, and those who underestimated the Iranian people and ignited this conflict should not have done so. Viewers, in the latest developments from the Indian Ocean, rescue and recovery operations continue in the Sri Lankan waters. This comes after Iranian frigate Airstrikes sank off the southern coast of Sri Lanka after being struck by a US torpedo. Indian Navy has also stepped in for the rescue operations.
A second Iranian vessel approached Sri Lankan waters seeking to dock to safety. Over 200 crew members were evacuated from the ship by Sri Lankan authorities. This comes just 2 days after the US torpedoed an Iranian frigate IRIS Dana off the southern coast of Sri Lanka, sinking the vessel. Search and rescue operations continue off the southern coast of Sri Lanka in the aftermath of the IRIS Dana's sinking. Sri Lankan authorities say at least 87 sailors have been confirmed dead, while over 30 crew members were rescued from the waters.
So early morning MRCC received a distress signal, though it was beyond our waters, but it is within our search and rescue region. So as we are a maritime nation, we are obliged to respond. We are the first responders as per the international obligation. So Navy swiftly coordinated with the Maritime Rescue Coordinating Center, and also we disseminate this information to the Sri Lanka Air Force and Coast Guard as well. And we launch and dispatch our craft with all the necessary rescue team and the necessary devices to render humanitarian assistance, and we reached up to that location and continue doing this search operation.
The Indian Navy is also working in tandem with Sri Lanka after the Iranian frigate sent out distress calls. IRIS Dana was on its way back home after attending a naval display at Visakhapatnam when it was struck in waters near Sri Lanka. Claims are being made in the Sri Lankan parliament that the Iranian frigate made urgent port calls at Sri Lankan ports that went unanswered for over 11 hours. The US has justified the strike as a part of its war against Iran, while Iranian authorities have condemned the attack while warning of serious consequences. The sinking of IRIS Dana has now brought tensions into the Indian Ocean, raising concerns about maritime security and the risk of further escalation in the West Asian region.
And this weekend on Legends, we bring you an extraordinary conversation with one of India's greatest sporting icons, the man who changed the story of Indian football, Baichung Bhutia. From the hills of Sikkim to the biggest football arenas in Asia, his journey is one of grit, courage, relentless belief. A trailblazer who carried the hopes of 1 billion fans. Bhutia became the face of Indian football. He inspired an entire generation. He's in conversation with Arnab Goswami. The football legend reflects on his journey, the defining moments and the future of the sport in India. This is Legends with Baichung Bhutia. Don't miss it this weekend, only on Republic. And we stay with all the news of the strike that's there against Israel. Iran has now launched ballistic missiles on Israel. Much more after a short break. Stay on with us.
Please stop! झुमका तेरा झुमका
Not there. मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा.
तेरा झुमका.
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी. What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं.
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा. रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना.
रुकना नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंका स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Gesu Bharadwaj. And this week on Legends, we bring you an extraordinary conversation with one of India's greatest sporting icons. The man who changed the story of Indian football, Baichung Bhutia, from the hills of Sikkim to the biggest football arenas of Asia. His journey is one of grit, courage and relentless belief. A trailblazer who carried the hopes of 1 billion fans, Bhutia became the face of Indian football and inspired an entire generation. In conversation with Arnab Goswami, the football legend reflects on his journey, defining moments and the future of the sport in India. This is Legends with Baichung Bhutia. Don't miss it this weekend only on Republic. For now, let's take a look at the headlines for this hour. Republic reports live from Kabul amid massive anti-Pakistan protests. Iranian Deputy Foreign Minister accuses Mossad of carrying out false flag operations in Cyprus. In a big relief, India gets 30-day waiver from the US to buy Russian oil amid rising conflict in West Asia.
Abnormal situation है, मैं ऐसा मानता हूँ. What I consider as more worrying is the fact that this abnormalcy is becoming the new normal.
Defence Minister Rajnath Singh speaks on the West Asia war, terms it an abnormal situation. Sri Lanka takes control of a second Iranian vessel a day after US submarine torpedoes IRIS Dana. Viewers, now as the war escalates in West Asia, Republic spoke to top diplomats across the world to get their view on the ongoing situation. Take a listen to what these different diplomats have to say about the war that's ongoing in West Asia.
With the current prevailing situation between the Iran war, the Ukraine war, and the world divulging itself into greater conflicts every day, is the energy security of the European nation vis-a-vis Estonia being compromised somehow?
I must say that we have worked hard during last years to be more independent and self-sufficient in terms of energy and energy security. We have worked together very closely with our Nordic Baltic neighbors. But also for Europe right now is a critical question. If we see that supplies of, for instance, LNG from Qatar are stopped and reserves for next year are running pretty low, we have to find the ways how to act and how to react to this current situation. We know that the war in the Middle East has a long roots, and perhaps instability there will stay for some time. So we have to diversify sources of our energy, both in my country but also in Europe. And that is not only a question for us. We see globally there is a lot of sensitivities in that regard right now.
I think we have the opportunity today to listen from an Iranian representative, the head of a research center, and the way he was explaining that you cannot be negotiating for peace and at the same time imposing a war. The Americans, I mean, United States and Israel, they have tried for many years to weaken Iran as a society, as a country, as an important player in the international arena. And we, our president and Minister for Foreign Affairs, we have a declaration saying that it's not the way the differences should be handled. You know, the negotiation, we have to provide a space for negotiation, and they have no reason to impose a war against Iran and neighboring countries, because these days the attacks are not only on Tehran, they are attacking neighboring countries as well.
It's useful for your viewers to understand that this is not a conflict that happened just in the last week, right? This is a conflict that has been brewing for weeks, months, years, and actually decades. In the more immediate term, we know that the U.S. was building its assets, its military assets in the region for several weeks now, and that means that markets have been pricing in the probability of a conflict. Of course, it's always hard to get that right, but there's a reason why we don't see massive spikes in volatility in global equity markets. Obviously, we see some volatility, but it's not catastrophic. Of course, we see increases in oil and gas prices. That's to be expected, in particular because of Iran's control and closure of the Strait of Hormuz. But we have to ask ourselves, how long will that persist? We see on a daily basis that Iran's military and naval capabilities are being seriously depleted. And that means that its capacity to control that very important shipping lane through the Strait of Hormuz will be diminished, and possibly it will open up in a matter of days rather than a matter of weeks. The other thing to remember too is that only 20% of oil and gas supplies come through the Strait of Hormuz. Now that is significant. That can cause a lot of market uncertainty, but that still means that there's 80% of markets that are serviced by other and supplied by other parts of the world, and those other parts of the world can increase production. We also know that Saudi Arabia has started to transport via the Red Sea. And so I don't see any major supply constraints. We also have been told that Russia is allowed to export some oil and gas to Indian refineries, and that should ease price constraints and supply constraints here in India as well.
Viewers, now quickly shifting focus to another facet of the war. Now, the US media has claimed that Russia is giving intelligence to Iran to target American sites. That's a big breaking development that we're tracking at this hour, where US media is now saying that Moscow is sharing intelligence with Tehran to target American sites. Now, this comes in the middle of various US sites, military establishments being completely ambushed by Iranian missiles, and now US media has stepped forward claiming that it's Russia that is actually sharing the intelligence of US bases with Iran amid the ongoing conflict. Now, remember, this is a protracted conflict that has broken out in West Asia, and big claims are being made by the US media now, which says that Russia is sharing intelligence with Iran regarding US military bases that have been struck in the 7 days of the ongoing war. Viewers, a war has multiple facets, and one of those in the latest developments comes from the Indian Ocean, where rescue and recovery operations are continuing in the Sri Lankan waters. Now, this comes after an Iranian frigate, IRIS Dana, sank off the southern coast of Sri Lanka after being struck by a US submarine torpedo. Now, the Indian Navy has also stepped in for the rescue operations. Here's all that you need to know about the story so far. A second Iranian vessel approached Sri Lankan waters seeking to dock to safety. Over 200 crew members were evacuated from the ship by Sri Lankan authorities. This comes just 2 days after the US torpedoed an Iranian frigate, IRIS Dana, off the southern coast of Sri Lanka, sinking the vessel. Search and rescue operations continue off the southern coast of Sri Lanka in the aftermath of the IRIS Dana's sinking. Sri Lankan authorities say at least 87 sailors have been confirmed dead, while over 30 crew members were rescued from the waters.
So early morning, MRCC received a distress signal. Though it was beyond our waters, but it is within our search and rescue region. So as we are a maritime nation, we are obliged to respond. We are the first responders as per the international obligation. So Navy swiftly coordinated with the Maritime Rescue Coordinating Center, and also we disseminate this information to the Sri Lanka Air Force and Coast Guard as well. And we launch and dispatch our craft with all the necessary rescue team and the necessary devices to render humanitarian assistance, and we reached up to that location and continue doing this search operation.
The Indian Navy is also working in tandem with Sri Lanka after the Iranian frigate sent out distress calls. IRIS Dana was on its way back home after attending a naval display at Visakhapatnam when it was struck in waters near Sri Lanka. Claims are being made in the Sri Lankan parliament that the Iranian frigate made urgent port calls at Sri Lankan ports that went unanswered for over 11 hours. The US has justified the strike as a part of its war against Iran, while Iranian authorities have condemned the attack while warning of serious consequences. The sinking of IRIS Dana has now brought tensions into the Indian Ocean, raising concerns about maritime security and the risk of further escalation in the West Asian region. Viewers, to further this conversation, let's also take a look at former Sri Lankan Minister Harun Fernandes, who was in conversation with our Deputy Executive Editor, Shravan Sen. Take a look.
Sri Lankan government has not made any significant real detail into this incident, whether they were prior noticed about it. And Sri Lankan people and also the opposition parties as well as political analysts are kept in the dark at this moment, at this hour, just to see whether this was informed to Sri Lanka before, or was there any agreement that Sri Lankan government has gone with maybe India or United States with regards to this, and also whether we have any concrete evidence or any concrete position of the Sri Lankan government to say that this would not happen again in our waters, in our economic zone. And as you know, Sri Lanka is based on a big maritime operation. Like so many vessels, cruise ships, oil tankers, a lot of them pass through Sri Lanka waters, and it's a very strategic location, the Sri Lankan port. Therefore, we are very concerned with grave concern that Sri Lanka is having. And also, we feel a bit hurt as an opposition party, as I represent the former president's party. And we do know that he has come into agreements in different circumstances with the United States with regards to securing or safeguarding the vessels in the zone of Indian Ocean.
But Mr. Fernando, I believe that as a member of the parliament, you would have been told about what really happened that day. Because if it is true that the Iranian ship had made a request to authorities in Sri Lanka for a safe passage and hoping that they would get some sort of protection from the Sri Lankan Navy, then the bigger question emerges, why is it that your government did not allow?
Well, this is the question that was asked in Parliament. There were a few MPs in the opposition yesterday claiming, opposition MPs claiming that the distress call has happened a long time before, and unfortunately, they have not responded. The Sri Lankan government has not responded until the last minute. So therefore, there are different claims. The authenticity of these claims is yet to be evaluated. But however, yesterday the current president made a statement to the media, and he also mentioned the next vessel was taken to Trincomalee Harbour, and the crew was transported to Colombo. Therefore, there was a positive sign that Sri Lankan government has responded to a stressed vessel and actually recovered all of them and brought them back into the Colombo port in a safe passage. So therefore, it's mixed thoughts at the moment. Sri Lankan people, Sri Lankan politicians, Sri Lankan political analysts, even international media, all are kept in dark. But we hope to have concrete stand of the government very soon, and hopefully today or tomorrow we will exactly know. And only grave concern is that Sri Lanka is a country that depends on many of our imports, exports, many of our transshipments from our ports.
Mr. Fernando, a lack of a clear statement coming in from the Sri Lankan president about the action carried out by United States of America, even though it is in international waters, it's a clear violation. Many would assume that the Sri Lankan president does not want to draw the ire of President Trump. And it seems that because of that, there is no strong statement coming in from the Sri Lankan government.
Well, this is for debate at the moment, and everybody is talking about it because Sri Lanka is a small nation. Sri Lanka is a country that depends on its big brother India, first of all. And also, we do speak with India on many of these occasions, and the angel for all these countries, the smaller countries, would be looking up to India to let us know exactly what we should be doing at this point of hour. And it is our concern that the Sri Lankan government has not yet taken a proper stand on where we should be. But the opposition parties all have come together condemning the UN Charter, the 51, Article 51, breaking that and attacking a sovereign nation. Also, it's worse when it comes to international waters, whether it could happen again in our waters, and how are we going to face this situation in future. So therefore, there is no concrete evidence from the government to say where they stand. But as an opposition parties, we all condemn it, and we stand by our nation as we should have the right to defend ourselves and defend our waters.
One final question, Mr. Fernando. If at all there was an 11-hour delay of giving permission to the Iranian vessel, which perhaps had the Sri Lankan Navy and the Sri Lankan port authorities, had they given the green signal, perhaps the life of those 180 sailors could have been saved. Is the opposition parties in Sri Lanka demanding an answer from the Sri Lankan government about whether at all there was an 11-hour delay?
Well, this is actually a big concern, and also it's a big accusation at the moment. So the main opposition party yesterday in Parliament made that statement, and a senior MP did make that statement. So the government is bound to answer to it, and I hope that there will be an investigation done in it, and proper results will be awaiting all of us, so that we will exactly know what took place, and which is a big concern, because it's out of our waters, but in our economic zone. So if that's the case, this could happen again and again. There will be surcharges on the vessels that's crossing here. So it's going to be a big concern for Sri Lanka. So we are waiting for all the answers from the government.
Viewers, now quickly shifting focus to another breaking development that we're getting at this hour. Now, an Iranian warship has caught on fire in the Persian Gulf. We do not know the reason behind the fire yet, and we will get you the visuals just shortly. But an Iranian warship in Persian Gulf has caught on fire. It's been engulfed in flames in the Persian Gulf. Now, remember, this comes amid growing tensions between Iran and Israel in the ongoing war in West Asia. These are the visuals on your screens. Right above the waves, you can see huge plumes of smoke arising from that Iranian warship that has been set on fire. Now, the exact reason behind this ship being ablaze in the Persian Gulf is not known as of yet, but this could also be a strike from the enemy in question, Israel and the US. This could also be a malfunction very easily, but for now, the exact reason is not known. This is the visual that's come in just a few minutes back, and you're seeing it first on Republic, that an Iranian warship was seen set ablaze on fire in the Persian Gulf. Viewers, now shifting focus to another breaking development. There are reports that are going around claiming that Israeli Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich's son has been wounded during the Israeli Defense Forces operations on the Lebanon border on Friday. Now, remember, this comes as the IDF continues its ground and air operations deep inside the Lebanese territory. And now reports say that Israel's foreign minister's son has been wounded and caught up between the aggression that's ongoing in between Israel and Lebanon. Viewers, that's all that we could wrap on this edition of the News Bulletin. But don't go anywhere. On the other side, we're also getting you details on how Iran has launched ballistic missiles on Israel and what that's looking like. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates: IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसान, अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
U.S. Central Command began Operation Epic Fury at the president's direction. The goal was to dismantle Iran's security structure and remove imminent threats. Targets include command centers, missile facilities, air defenses, and key military infrastructure. From stealth bombers to missile defense systems, the U.S. deployed air, naval, and surveillance power across the region.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
يا نعش اللي يشيل الشيعة سرتنا طاح المرتفع
Viewers, this weekend on Legends, we bring you an extraordinary conversation with one of India's greatest sporting icons, the man who changed the story of Indian football, Baichung Bhutia. From the hills of Sikkim to the biggest football arenas in Asia, his journey is one of grit, courage and relentless belief. A trailblazer who carried the hopes of 1 billion fans, Bhutia became the face of Indian football and inspired an entire generation. In conversation with Arnab Goswami, the football legend reflects on his journey, defining moments and the future of the sport in India. This is Legends with Baichung Bhutia. Don't miss it this weekend only on Republic. For now, let's take a look at the headlines for the hour. Iran launches Khorramshahr, Khyber and Fatah missiles under Operation True Promise 4. Republic reports live from Kabul amid massive anti-Pakistan protests. Iranian Deputy Foreign Minister accuses Mossad of carrying out false flag operations in Cyprus. In a big relief, India gets 30-day waiver from the US to buy Russian oil amid rising conflict in West Asia.
एक abnormal situation है, मैं ऐसा मानता हूँ. What I consider as more worrying is the fact that this abnormalcy is becoming the new normal.
Defence Minister Rajnath Singh speaks on the West Asian war, terms it an abnormal situation. Viewers, now quickly shifting focus from the war for a hot minute, we're looking at some breaking developments that are coming in from Nepal now, dealing a crushing blow to Nepal's old guard parties. The Rashtriya Swatantrata Party, led by former rapper-turned-politician Balendra Shah, has secured early leads in nearly 100 out of the 165 constituencies following Thursday's elections, the first since the Gen Z revolt helped fall the government led by veteran communist leaders KP Sharma Oli. As vote count continues nationwide, the RSP candidates seem far ahead of traditional parties such as the Nepali Congress, the CPN, UML and the NCP. Now Shah himself appears to be rapidly inching closer to victory in Jhapa 5, where Oli is still trailing far behind with a huge margin of around 9,000 votes as of Friday evening. We're seeing the winds change in Nepal. Now remember, after the unrest, the Gen Z protests that toppled the Nepali government, we now have the Rashtriya Swatantrata Party, which is being led by former rapper, now turned politician Balendra Shah, seeming to have secured an early lead in nearly 100 seats out of the total 165 constituencies. Now, this comes after Thursday's elections, the first phase of counting that has begun, and this is the first since the Gen Z revolt helped fall the government, which was led by veteran communist leader KP Sharma Oli. In fact, Oli himself is inching way behind in various constituencies, especially his own. And now the RSP candidates seem far ahead of traditional parties, including the Nepali Congress, the CPN, UML and the NCP. In fact, Shah himself appears to be rapidly inching closer to victory in Jhapa 5, where Oli is still trailing behind with a huge margin of about 9,000 votes as of Friday evening. In fact, joining us live is Surendra Fual from Nepal, our colleague who gets us more details into the matter. Surendra, speak to us about the changing winds in Nepal. You know, Gen Z first toppling the government, sure, but now a rapper turned politician, Balendra, is being, trusted to take the country forward.
Yes, strange things have happened in Nepal, like many observers see it that way. And the old guard political parties are pretty much, gone now from the scene. They are, trailing far behind the Rashtriya Swatantrata Party, led by former rapper Balendra Shah and former TV host Ravi Lamichhane. So they, as of now, as the vote counting progresses, that party, RSP, has already taken lead in more than 100 seats, 100 constituencies out of 165. It clearly indicates that this party is clearly headed for a majority, if not two-thirds majority. Nothing can be ruled out as the voting continues. So Nepali people, after Gen Z protests 6 months ago, have decided, some big change. And for that, they have, decided to boycott old parties, and they have decided to choose the new ones, no matter what their shortcomings. But change is imminent, and strange things, as many see it here that way, are happening.
In fact, also, speak to us about the fact you also called this situation extraordinary. It is interesting to see, no doubt. But speak to us about what is it that, that Balendra Shah has been able to win over when it comes to the Nepali people. What is the basic reason why he's the one who's been chosen to lead an entire nation without actually having much of a political background? Surendra.
In 2022 or late 21, he was elected mayor of Kathmandu. He was a very popular rapper. He, sang songs rapped about bad governance, corruption, social inequalities, and things like that, and also freedom of speech. So that kind of, gave him some sort of A's. So there was this X factor, and because of that, he was also, dressed well. And he got elected as the mayor, and he took some, reform initiatives, and that went down well. He hasn't done much, but he has done some commendable job. And 3 years into his career, he was suddenly offered the position of prime minister by the leader of the Rashtriya Swatantrata Party, which he agreed, and he joined the bandwagon, and he joined the electoral fray as prime ministerial candidate. And he fielded his candidacy, interestingly, from Jhapa 5 in eastern Nepal, where KP Oli was contesting. So there also, people sort of liked the way he approached voters. So as voters badly wanted change, they wanted to give it a go, give it a try, and vote Balendra Shah and his party. But it's too early to say, how well they will function. But for now, they are here to stay.
Yeah, Surendra, thanks very much for speaking to us about this. In fact, rightly pointed out, Jhapa 5 remains one of the most interesting aspects of this entire election, where KP Oli Sharma is, railing behind the newest party that the Gen Z now hopes to bring in. Viewers, now keeping on to the interaction and conversation regarding Nepal, we also see the country heading for a major political change. The national elections show independent leader Balendra Shah leading the race, backed by strong support from young voters. Now, his Rashtriya Swatantrata Party is ahead in several constituencies, while traditional leaders like KP Sharma Oli themselves find a trailing blaze in the race to the elections. Take a look at this.
Nepal held parliamentary elections with millions casting their votes across the nation. The polls come months after mass Gen Z protests forced political upheaval and fresh elections. Former Kathmandu Mayor Balin Shah has now emerged as the biggest winner in early trends, riding a massive youth wave across the country. Shah's party, the Rashtriya Swatantra Party, is now leading in majority of constituencies as counting continues. This puts Shah in pole position to form the next government in Nepal. Traditional powerhouses like KP Sharma Oli's UML and other major political parties are trailing far behind in early results, indicating a major political shakeup. With counting still underway, Shah is now likely to become Nepal's next Prime Minister if the trend holds.
Viewers, now quickly shifting focus, we're also getting in some fresh visuals that have been released by the US's Central Command that shows the country's combat power amid the US and Iran war. Now take a look at the visuals on your screens that have been released by US's CENTCOM, the Central Command, that shows its air superiority, its combat superiority amid the ongoing situation that's escalating with US and Israel on one side and Iran on the other in West Asia. Now these are the visuals on your screens. These have been released by US's Central Command, and this also shows American combat power, their air supremacy, their military supremacy in the face of a war that America is deeply embroiled in the West Asian region against Iran, shouldering Israel and backing Israel in its efforts to actually topple the regime in Iran. Viewers, when we talk about the wars, one cannot not speak about civilians, and in those also, the most affected always remain women and children. Now, UNICEF has raised alarms over the rising death toll of children in the ongoing war involving Iran, warning that minors are increasingly paying the price of the escalating conflict that they never began. Now, according to the UN agency, nearly 180 children have been reportedly killed in Iran since the latest wave of attacks began, with many more injured. Here's a report. Take a look. UNICEF has warned that children are increasingly bearing the cost of the ongoing war in Iran. The agency says nearly 180 children have been killed since the recent escalations began. 168 girls died when a strike hit the Shah Jeerat Tayyibe Girls' Elementary School in Minab during class hours. Reports say most of the victims were between 7 and 12 years old. UNICEF also says 12 more children were killed in separate incidents at schools across 5 different locations. At least 20 schools and 10 hospitals have reportedly been damaged during the strikes. The deaths come amid intensifying US-Israeli strikes on Iran and Tehran's retaliatory attacks across the region. UNICEF has called on all sides to uphold international law and protect civilians, especially children. Viewers, now in the ongoing war in West Asia, the Strait of Hormuz, which remains the largest choke point for all natural gas and oil supply globally, has been brought to a standstill by Iranian aggression. Not just that, various vessels were also struck in the Strait of Hormuz. One such story is of a Mumbai seafarer, Dikshit Solanki, who was killed in a missile strike on an oil tanker in the Strait of Hormuz. Now, his father spoke to Republic. He's pleading to the government of India for any help to bring back the mortal remains of his son back to home. Now listen into what he had to say.
देखो ये छुट्टी पे थे इमरजेंसी केस है, फिर भी वो लोग ये बोल रहे हैं कि हम छुट्टी पे थे, तभी आप एक्टिव हो गए, रिस्क क्यों में आना मांगता था। वो उधर मेरे को ये पता चला कि ये लोग केयरलेस जैसा बात किया। फिर जो रेस्क्यू में गए थे वो उसको बुलाया, 3-4 आदमी रेस्क्यू में गए थे, उसमें चीफ इंजीनियर, चीफ ऑफिसर, इलेक्ट्रिशियन और ओएस था। मैंने आप लोग ने क्या देखा, तो वो उसने ये बताया कि जब ब्लास्ट हुआ तभी हम लोग 4 आदमी इंजन रूम में थे डिक्सिट के साथ, और वो उसका ड्यूटी के वॉयलर है, वो ड्यूटी के हिसाब से वो रीडिंग लिखने को सब जगह पे जाता है, हर एक टैंक का, ऑयल का, जो भी है, पानी का। तो उसने मैं पूछा कि किस जगह पे हुआ, तो बोलता कंट्रोल रूम की जगह से हुआ, मेरे को वो बताया, ऊपर में होता हो। उसके बाद में मैं बोला होने के बाद क्या हुआ, बोलता हम लोग 3 आदमी तो ऊपर इमरजेंसी स्केप से निकल गए, तो कोई भी जाएगा, लेकिन वो टाइम पे डिक्सिट का क्या हुआ वो किसी को पता नहीं। ऊपर पे जाके मास्टर या जो भी हेड है उसने हेड काउंट किया कि भाई कितने लोग है इधर प्रेजेंट में, तो उसमें एक आदमी मिसिंग था। मिसिंग होने के बाद वो लोग बोलते हैं कि हमने रेस्क्यू किया, कि ऊपर टॉप से बॉटम तक सबको देखा कि दीक्षित कहाँ है, कोशिश की 100% की होगी। उसके बाद में इंजन रूम में अभी बचा इंजन रूम जहाँ वो काम कर रहा था, अंदाजा तो वही था। तो वो इंजन रूम में रेस्क्यू करने के बहुत ढूंढा, तभी मैं समझ गया कि एक्सप्लोजन में मेरे लड़के को कुछ हो गया है, इसलिए लोग को नहीं मरा। फिर वो लोग बोलता है कि ढूंढते हम लोग बहुत कोशिश किया, ऑयल गिर रहा था, ऑयल एक्सप्लोजन हो गया था, पूरा इंजन रूम फ्लडिंग हो गया था। बोलता है सेकंड मैनेजर गया, ढूंढते ऐसा गया कि कॉर्नर में ऊपर चढ़ के देखा तो अंदर में बॉडी पड़ा हुआ था। तो मैं बोला बॉडी पड़ा था तो कि वो बॉडी एक्सप्लोज नहीं हुआ था, बोलता नहीं हुआ था, इतना जोर। तो मैंने अंदाजे से आया बोल रहा हूँ कि ये क्या बोल रहे हैं लोग। फिर बोलते हैं हम लोग को वो फंसा हुआ था, निकालने की कोशिश किया, आधा 1 मीटर लिया भी ऊपर। अभी मेरा बॉडी था खाली, ये तो बॉडी की बात हो रही है, लेकिन असलियत बात तो बम ब्लास्ट आपके सामने होगा, आपका रबर का बॉडी रहेगा क्या, मेटल को उड़ा दिया, कचरा कर दिया, तो बॉडी रहेगा क्या।
Viewers, now shifting focus to a latest breaking development that we're tracking. The Israeli Defense Forces have begun what seems to be the 15th wave of strikes on Iranian terrorist regime infrastructure in Tehran, the capital city. Now, initial reports say that the Israeli Defense Forces have initiated a wave of strikes on the Iranian terror regime infrastructure inside Tehran and Isfahan, 2 cities in Iran. These are the visuals on your screens from barrage of missiles that were struck from Israeli defense forces on Iranian territories. Now, deep inside Iranian territories in Isfahan and the capital city of Tehran, Israel has begun another bombing operation. Now, also remember, Israel has been carpet bombing Iran's capital city of Tehran, and now in the 15th wave of strikes, we can see missiles, barrage of missiles being rained down on both the capital city and Isfahan in Iran. Now, Israeli Defense Forces have also claimed that these strikes are solely to precisely strike down Iranian terrorist regime infrastructure inside Tehran. But remember, viewers, before this also we have seen the loss of civilian lives inside Iran, as Tehran now remains almost flattened because of Israeli and US aggression. Viewers, now let's also bring you an exclusive report from an Israeli shelter at an underground subway station in Tel Aviv in the face of the growing tensions in West Asia.
Excuse me? Please don't take a picture of me and don't take a video, okay? Thank you.
I'm here at the biggest station, underground station of the light railway in Tel Aviv. At any time, this place is full of commuters rushing to their trains, rushing to their businesses. As you can see now, it is completely different. People here putting mattresses, spending days and nights here. The advantage, of course, is that people, once they're here, don't have to rush to shelters, don't have to rush to safe rooms once there's a siren, meaning that as opposed to most people who are not here, they can actually get a decent night's sleep, meaning they do not have to wake up every 2 or 3 hours to sirens. So plenty of people there, and here on the other side as well. This is the reality here. As strange as it may sound, as crazy as it may look, I say again, this is the biggest station of the light railway in Tel Aviv. I say again, in regular times we would have thousands of people passing by this place every hour, every minute even. Now it's different. Mattresses, people spending days here, people spending nights here. A crazy reality happening in this place. It is true that there are some easiness in regulations of the Home Front Command as of this morning, but still people are choosing to spend their days here, to spend the nights here, as you never know when the next siren will sound. These are not homeless people here at this place. These are people coming to spend their days and the nights here. Instead of rushing to shelter when the sirens sound, they're here, safe, underground. A crazy reality here in Tel Aviv and in the rest of the state of Israel.
Viewers, now in a big move that strengthens India's energy and oil reserves, US President Donald Trump has signed a 30-day waiver for Russian oil purchases by India. Now, this comes at a time when the Strait of Hormuz, one of the most crucial shipping routes for oil globally, has been blocked by the IRGC amid the escalating war tensions in West Asia. However, the Indian government has assured that there will be no rise in prices for now, insulating the Indian economy from any shocks to come. More details in the report that comes forward.
Iran has claimed control of the Strait of Hormuz, a crucial global shipping route. It has firmly said vessels allied with the US and Israel will be attacked if they attempt to cross the region. While most of the world is now reeling from surging oil prices, India remains resilient. We have a diverse supply chain for energy and do not rely only on the Strait of Hormuz. Our ties with Russia are strong, and so is the oil supply.
Resolution is always through negotiations. The conflict should stop as soon as possible.
How long this conflict is going to continue?
I have no idea. This is a question to the US. We have always been open towards supplying oil.
latest visuals that we're tracking from Beirut, the capital city in Lebanon, where strikes have completely blown the city up in plumes of smoke. Now remember, this is the third such strike to have struck the territory of Lebanon since today morning. We tracked two strikes, one in the morning, one in the afternoon, and the third one that comes from Lebanon's capital this evening. These are the visuals on your screens where you can see huge plumes of smoke going up from what looks like a residential area in Beirut. In fact, this is the exact region which was struck in the earlier strikes as well. Now remember, a couple strikes came earlier just today morning, and this is the third one on the card. Now US-Israeli airstrikes have destroyed the Modad Baji base in western Tehran as well, and these are the other strikes that we're looking at in Lebanon. Now specifically in the capital city of Beirut. Now remember, Israel is not just fighting a war on one front against Iran. Israel is involved, deeply embroiled in a two-front war. The other front is engaging with Hezbollah that has establishments deep inside the Lebanese territories. And this war with Hezbollah is also costing the civilians in Lebanon. Viewers, coming up, we'll get you more details on Iran launching the Khyber and Fatah missiles under Operation True Promise 4 as a retaliation and a missile barrage attack against Israel and US's aggression. Getting you all the details right after this short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV, Nation First.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
प्लीज स्टॉप।
झुमका तेरा झुमका तेरा झुमका
नॉट देयर, मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा।
तेरा झुमका
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल बनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
सबका राजा आर्थिक मसाला।
يا نعش اللي يشيل الشيعة سرتنا طاح المرتفع.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic. From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. Over the next 60 minutes, we're going to take you through the full details of how the war is basically panning out. It's almost day 7 that we're looking at the war that has broken out, the attacks that were carried out by America and Israel. It's a widening military conflict. A little after 30 minutes, we're also going to get you a special report coming in from Afghanistan-Pakistan border as Rakshita. It seems that the situation is only worsening with every passing day, and a direct warning that has been issued by Afghanistan to Pakistan, Rakshita.
Absolutely. The entire Asian region is engulfed in the air of war, and we are going to tell you what's really happening, all the updates, all that has happened so far, and what could be the impact. And of course, the ground reports only on Republic TV. First, a quick check of the headlines.
Iran launches Fatah missiles under Operation True Promise 4. Republic reports live from Kabul amid massive anti-Pakistan protests. Iranian Deputy Foreign Minister accuses Mossad of carrying out false flag operations in Cyprus. In a big relief, India gets 30-day waiver from United States of America to buy Russian oil amid rising conflict in West Asia. Defense Minister Rajnath Singh speaks on West Asia. A relief coming in from United States of America for 30 days as India now being allowed to buy Russian oil.
यह एक abnormal situation है, मैं ऐसा मानता हूं. What I consider as more worrying is the fact that this abnormalcy is becoming the new normal.
Defense Minister Rajnath Singh speaks on West Asia war, terms it an abnormal situation. Well, the war in West Asia has entered the 7th day. Now, with much casualties, including death of Ayatollah Khamenei and several IRGC commanders, it seems it's far from over. In fact, the United States of America, as well as Israel, says that it's just the tip of the iceberg, and in fact, it is only going to intensify. What exactly happens to be the objective of this entire war, with Israel and America basically claiming it is about regime change? Has that really happened, Rakshita?
Absolutely. There are many questions being raised, with Iran saying that it will be announcing the next leader very, very soon. Of course, the name has also surfaced. And now what we understand is that we are also trying to understand the impact of this war and the extent of this war. It has also reached India's backyard, Shravan. And what we know so far about the war is something that we are going to tell you what has happened till now.
Well, in fact, let's now quickly take our viewers through what we know so far. In fact, 7 days of the war that has taken place. And in fact, we're going to go right from the first day when the war actually began, which was basically called a special operation that was carried out. Now, in fact, this is the hotspot where you're looking at Tehran. The first day, this was on Saturday. In fact, Rakshita, if we can also take it was day 1. 28th of February, coordinated strikes that hit Tehran. It was much anticipated, given the fact that there was a massive military build-up that was being done by the United States of America. It seems, with multiple reports, Rakshita, emerging, who egged whom is the big question. Was it Israel egging United States of America? In fact, multiple Western media reports suggest that it was Israel pushing very hard that these attacks are to be carried out. Donald Trump says that wasn't the case, Rakshita.
Right. And in fact, just on day one is what the Israeli Defense Forces say, that they killed Khamenei. They also eliminated the defense minister, the IRGC leader. One of the leaders who was behind the nuclear program of Iran was eliminated, as claimed by the Israeli Defense Forces. And Shravan, on the same day, it's reported that 9 Iranian naval vessels were sunk, in total 17 till now. But yes, this is about day one. And the cities hit were Isfahan, Qom, Karai, and the Kermanshah city as well.
On the second day, 2nd of March, second wave of strikes that hit IRGC headquarters. In fact, that was the time when Israel categorically pointed out that they wanted to completely eliminate what they've been calling a terrorist regime. Drones that hit the British RAF Akrotiri base in Cyprus. Now, what came across as a little surprise there, UK thereafter permitted the use of RF bases in Cyprus because, remember, the United Kingdom was also under immense pressure. US embassy thereafter was hit in Kuwait. That's when IRGC, Rakshita, said that there is absolutely no red lines,
yes,
which means they indicated that every target was a justified target. Rakshita.
Absolutely. Even those countries who are not really an adversary or a direct adversary of Iran have been hit. Iran says it's only targeting the US military bases over there. So day 3 saw Iran even striking the Saudi Aramco. That, of course, was one of the major strikes. Israel then later launching strikes against the Hezbollah, that is the proxy group that is based in Lebanon, and Hezbollah was the target, and it continues to see Beirut, especially in Lebanon, continues to witness those attacks. And day fourth day, the 3rd of March, US embassy is also hit in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. From UAE to Saudi Arabia, all the countries in the Gulf, the Arab countries, were the target of Iranian strike, the missile strikes and the drone strikes, Shravan.
Well, in fact, what happened thereafter on 3rd of March, in fact, Israel thereafter intensified in Lebanon. That's exactly what Rakshita was also pointing out. Now, along with Iran, proxies of Iran were also being hit. Hezbollah has been quite silent all this while, saying that they are going to basically assess the situation. In fact, they've been weakened over the last 1 year itself, with multiple operations being coming in. Now, here comes in the role of Russia and China, allies of Iran. In fact, China on day 1 pointed out that they're looking for de-escalation, in fact, also offered for mediation. Now, this is 5th day, 4th of March, and that's when it seems that entire military conflict was actually widening and reached our doorstep when IRIS Dana, if we can just quickly go back once again, IRIS Dana, that's the Iranian frigate, which had participated in the International Fleet Review as well as Milan exercise, had left from Visakhapatnam, was it on its way back home, and when they were just about 12 nautical miles off the Sri Lankan coast, Rakshita, is when IRIS Dana was basically attacked by a US submarine. While typical to the American claims, they said that this is for the first time since World War II that a submarine hit, a successful submarine hit had actually taken place. That's not a correct claim to make in the first place. This happened to be the 4th submarine hit. Now, we have already moved on to day 6, Rakshita. Drones that landed in Azerbaijan airport. In fact, it seems that these are claims that were being made. Azerbaijan says that they've been hit, but Iran, on the other hand, has said that that's not the case. Can we just go a little slower? Bapco refineries have also been hit. That's when it seems that right now, oil has become a product which has been completely weaponized, Rakshita.
Absolutely. We see from Aramco to Bapco to, of course, this Strait of Hormuz, of course, being at the center of it all, because we see 1/5 of the world's oil supply is oil and energy supply is dependent on that, especially even for India. So the refineries have been hit. They continue to be hit. In fact, Aramco has also reported a second strike that in the past 24 hours. So from Aramco to Bapco and other oil refineries across across the Gulf region have been the target of Iranian strikes. And now we're going to show you the strikes across West Asia. It's on the boil, and there is hardly any part that has not been hit. If you talk about Tel Aviv, talk about Israel, we can start with Israel. This is the Benjamin Netanyahu's office. This is Tel Aviv. Of course, that was very important when IRGC claimed that it has launched a missile at Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister's office. However, Israeli Defense Forces later did confirm that there was a missile that had been directed to this location, but it was successfully intercepted, Shravan. And yes, if you see, Eastern Jerusalem, the West Bank, and the port of Haifa have been very, very vulnerable.
That was, in fact, on the first day itself that you're looking at the coastal city of Haifa being targeted. Now, for many who basically underestimated that perhaps Iran may not be able to put up a fight, especially given the military might of Israel and United States of America, were completely taken off guard, because what you're looking at right now is the widening of the military conflict. And what is it that Iran had to say? Iran says that allies of this axis will be completely decimated. In fact, it started with the Gulf nations, particularly a lot of speculation with the alleged role of Saudi Arabia, because if you go by Western media reports, it seems that Saudi Arabia did play a very important role in perhaps egging United States of America to carry out these attacks. Again, a report which has been denied by Saudi Arabia, but having said that, this is the reason why you are looking at Saudi Arabia being the target. Now, UAE for the longest time has always taken pride by the fact that any tension in Middle East will not really affect them. Perhaps has the Teflon coating, but this time that has been completely smashed. With UAE, particularly in Abu Dhabi and Doha, we're looking at over 200 ballistic missiles raining over UAE, and biggest targets here, but they've largely been able to intercept. In terms of casualties are concerned, we're given to understand that that has been minimized to a greater extent. Their data centers have been attacked. If you look at their power plants, that has been affected. Now, this is quite interesting. Ras Tanura refinery, which is in Saudi Arabia, that gets affected. What we have also been seeing, if you take a look at here, all the refineries, particularly oil getting, and perhaps in the next slide, we're going to also take you through how this has been weaponized. But these are the key areas that have been targeted so far. It's the refineries that have taken a hit, Rakshita.
Absolutely. In fact, if we talk about the refineries, these are the names, all of them that have been, even the power plant there, they've all been very much at the target. And if you go ahead, Iraq also, the air bases, the US air bases have been attacked. Baghdad airport has been under attack. Erbil in Iraq has also witnessed drone strikes, and it's been, of course, the ballistic missiles being fired at Israel. In fact, we are going to now tell you the important factor. A lot of talk about the Strait of Hormuz, Shravan. Why is it important, and how there are so many ships, including Indian ships, that remain stuck right now, and it's key for energy and oil supply to the entire world.
So even as of today, 12 Indian ships are positioned east of the strait, which is basically Indian flags. Now, there are Indian flag as well as foreign flag vessels. These are joint vessels that are doing the rounds. Now, take a look at it. When the war actually began, look at the positioning that has essentially been done on the 27th of February. It is quite heavy. On 6th of March, now Strait of Hormuz becomes completely empty. The only perhaps freedom that has been given to vessels, which are Chinese vessels and Russian vessels. These are the exceptions that have been given here, which Iran says it's a token of appreciation for their allies. As far as United States of America is concerned, or for that matter, EU vessels are concerned, they are not going to be allowed, which effectively has a direct ramification, because 1/5 of the world's oil-producing nations are here. And it has a direct impact, because this is one of the key choke points that you're talking about. Once this gets closed, and that's exactly what Iranians have been saying, that there will be absolutely no movement whatsoever, and it is part of their territorial waters that none of them can actually move. And what they have essentially done is they've also activated the IRGC Navy, which has been used. If we see, those are the places that you're looking at right at the top. These are the places where the IRGC naval bases are also present, where it's a direct firing line, Rakshita.
Absolutely. In fact, we see this cluster, which actually shows that how many ships, if you just compare the date, February 27th, and we go to the 6th of March, you can see the difference there at the Strait of Hormuz. So this is the situation right now as of 6th of March. So this is the latest, update we are getting in from our sources.
We'll just quickly take the package also, because there's just some corrections to be made here.
Right. So, in fact, we are getting in more reports from ground zero viewers that the tensions are escalating. What we see between Israel, US, Iran, the residents in Tehran of Iran are living with mounting fear and uncertainty day by day. There are reports of explosions, strikes across the part of the capital. There have been carpet bombing. There have been evacuations. Families are forced to make a difficult choice now in Tehran, leaving their homes in search of safety. Now, a CGTN correspondent, Seafarer Saremi, gets us this report from Ground Zero, Tehran.
The threat of further attacks have prompted many residents to flee the capital. Some families are relocating to smaller cities or rural areas, hoping distance will keep them away from potential targets. While reporting here in Tehran, I spoke with one family that decided to leave the city and travel north to Chaluz, a coastal town along the Caspian Sea. Far from Tehran and the constant anxiety of possible strikes, the family says daily life now feels noticeably calmer. Gathering together in their home in Chaluz, they say being away from the epicenter of the attacks has given them at least a small measure of relief.
ما به خاطر جنگ از تهران خارج شدیم و شنیدیم که اسرائیل حمله کرده و صداها و این بمبارونا و موشک‌ها دیگه اومدیم از شهر خارج شدیم چون ما بچه داشتیم ترسیدیم که بچه‌هامون از این صداها و اینا وحشت کنن و فوری خارج شدیم و اینجا.
من مربی مهد هستم. بعد دیدم یکی از مامانای بچه‌ام اومد، بعد بچه‌شو بغل کرد. من گفتم چی شده؟ بچه چرا نیاز پیدا کرده مامانش بیاد؟ بعد مدیر اومد پیش من گفتش که چند جا رو زدن و شروع شده جنگ. بعد منم رفتم دنبال پسرم مهد و از جایی که خارج شدم از سر کار خودم که مهده تا مهد پسرم هر چقدر اسنپ و تپسی میگرفتم هیچ کدومشون پیدا نمیشد. بعد از روبرو که مهدش بودم هی صدا می اومد. بعد من میدویدم و خیلی وحشتناک، یکی از وحشتناکترین خاطرات زندگیم بود که من نمیدونستم چه اتفاقی افتاده و میدویدم به طرف اونجا و از شدت اضطراب و وحشت هی سرفه میکردم، هی میدویدم فقط، ولی نمیتونستم وایسم، هی میدویدم، هی ضربان قلبم بالاتر میرفت و خیلی وحشتناک بود. فهمیدم حالا اگه وقتی بود که مادر پیش بچه‌ها بودن خیلی بهتر بود، یعنی خیلی وحشتناک بود که اونجا که رفتیم همه مادرها با اضطراب و وحشت دنبال بچه‌هاشون میرفتن. خیلی وحشتناک متوجه شدم.
والا برخلاف اون جنگ 12 روزه که ما ترجیح دادیم توی تهران بمونیم، زمانی که این جنگ شد به خاطر اون ساعتش و اون موقعیتی که ما توش قرار دادیم خیلی شوکه شدیم. با همسرم تصمیم گرفتیم به خاطر آرامش پسرم یه چند روزی بیایم تهران، از تهران خارج شیم، خودمون رو بازیابی کنیم. انشالله به زودی برمیگردیم تهران سر خونه زندگی‌های خودمون.
For many families, the decision to leave Tehran is driven not only by concerns for physical safety, but also by a desire to shield their children from the emotional and psychological strain of living under the constant threat of war. With Israeli and US strikes reported in multiple parts of the country, the uncertainty surrounding the conflict has deepened fears among civilians about how long the violence may continue and whether any place can truly offer safety. Seafarer Saremi, CGTN, Tehran.
All right, viewers, for more on this, I'm joined by Defense and Strategic Policy expert, Lieutenant General Shaukin Jahan, BVSM, AVSM, VSM, SM, and VSM. Thank you so much once again joining us here on Republic TV. And this conflict, we see that it has no bounds till now, what we understand. It has also reached our backyard. But how do you gauge the situation right now, sir? Everybody is just asking one thing, that what is the boundary? What are the limitations? Are we headed for an even longer and a bigger war?
Good evening to you, Rakshita.
Thank you for calling me to your show. I had written an article a couple of days back about the first 24 to 48 hours and what's going to happen ahead. So while the war is going to continue targeting strategic infrastructure in Iran, Iran's going to be targeting infrastructure in West Asia, is going to be hitting American bases, Israel, and all the countries that are surrounding Israel or in certain important structures where Israel is taking advantage or the US has bases. So this is continuing because Iran, after the death of Ayatollah Khamenei, was able to successfully decentralize the power structure of the Republican Guard and gave them full permission to attack as they saw fit. And that's the reason why this battle this battle of missiles, this ballistic missiles, etc., will continue to rain down on targets that have been previously selected. And at the present moment, at least in the government in Tehran, no one has any power to stop this particular barrage. So what's the future like? The future is that despite the US targeting Iran and will continue to target important positions in Iran, strategic positions in Iran, Iran is also going to continue to do the same. Now, how is this going to affect us? The first effect, of course, is the Straits of Hormuz. But as you said in the news a couple of minutes back, that India specifically has a 50-day stockpile of fuel, and we've got permission, though I didn't know we needed one, to buy fuel from Russia. We are well secured as far as we are concerned. But if fuel and natural gas do not pass over the next month, there is going to be a problem, at least in the rest of the world. That's the first issue. That is economic. The second issue is how does it affect the Shia populations that are in India, that are in Pakistan, that are in Afghanistan, and how are they going to react to what happened in Iran? Because the Ayatollah was also the leader of the Shia people all over the world. So this is another issue that we will face, problems from a certain section of our population. I think we may be having up to 15 to 20 million Shias in our country, and this is going to cause great distress to them. And distress to them will spill over in Pakistan, or Pakistan's distress will also spill over to India. So that's the second issue that's going to happen. The third issue is, of course, the fact that the Iranian naval ship Dina that had come to attend the Indian Fleet Review, the Indian International Fleet Review, was sunk off Sri Lanka. There are a lot of talk about why the ship was sunk when it had come, because ships like this normally do not carry weapons and ammunition. They come more for the ceremonial purpose. But war is war, and oftentimes there are no borders in war. So we are likely to see the Indian Ocean also getting involved. Along with the Strait of Hormuz, we're likely to see this war moving towards us. We can only hope that the second Iranian ship